And we are live with game two, day two, if you will, of round three. With me here is women's world champion Ho Yifan. Yifan, it's been a minute since you and I hosted a show together, but I'm so excited for today's action.
Hi, Danny. Hi, everyone. Yeah, actually, I thought we had some broadcasts together maybe last year or maybe even a year before.
Yeah, the World Chess Championship in 2018 for sure. We had a lot of time and a lot and some great times covering it, joining me and Robert. But today I'm sure we're going to have a lot of exciting games, more than just one game to cover with the FIDE World Cup. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So I hope you are as well. And let's remind everybody of what's ahead. The format here is quite complex, but obviously the World Cup is known as maybe the most exciting knockout that exists in chess. Right now, we are in the 96 players left in total between the Open and the women's section, 64 players respectively in the Open, 32 in the women's. And yeah, so what when you look at the time control, longer games, this isn't rapid and blitz online chess, Yifan. Have you been enjoying the high quality chess so far with all the days you've had covering it with Danya Naroditsky?
Yeah, definitely. And here we have the, let's say, longer and classical games. Definitely the quality are much higher, but even when they're doing the tie breaks, I think I joined the tie break of round two. Still, there are many good games, let's say, with brilliant ideas and so on.
Yeah, some incredible games, including some wild Armageddon finishes as well. So it's been I've been watching as a fan, and it's been exciting. The prizes, of course, are also a lot at stake here for these players. You can see respectively $50,000 for first place in the women's section, 110,000 in the Open, and yeah, as we move on here, the stakes only get higher, and yeah, so the schedule here is going to continue to be busy. So for those of you wondering, we have 2 days now back to back, and then we will have our first rest day actually coming up on July 21st. So that's not a typo there. The gap will be, and the rest will be well deserved, especially for people like you, Yifan, who've been here pretty much since the beginning with Danya.
Well, actually, I joined the first day, and then I was here for like for 4 days. Don't remember exactly, and I joined exactly on the day of tiebreak of round two.
Yeah. Well, we're still early here, and the games will be starting in T minus about seven minutes. Let's remind everybody who's tuning in early in our audience on Twitch of one of the storylines we've been following throughout the event has been the different streamers that are well known to the community. It's been interesting to see some of them stick around. We've got Geary and Mahmoud Yarov. I think interestingly, Magnus Carlsen also technically a streamer, although not that often, isn't necessarily on the list. But Yifan, maybe we need to just have you start streaming, and then you can play in the FIDE World Cup next time and get on this list. What do you think?
Well, I thought that become a streamer is more likely than compared to play the next World Cup. That's
Okay.
true.
Well,
There's
that's
higher chances.
and what is that? What are your plans right now as far as a return to maybe high level professional chess? Any plans in that regard?
Well, actually, we're going to have a national games very soon. It will start the day after tomorrow. So actually, today I just traveled to the place. But this is not exactly the highest level of chess tournament. But on the other hand, it's important for I guess sports department in China. They normally consider this kind of, let's say, sports games more important than this individual sports tournament, right? So
Right.
if talking about the chess tournament in a professional level, there are nothing planned yet at this moment.
As long as you keep playing and winning the women's speed chess championship every year like you just did, then I'm happy. And congratulations on that, by the way.
Thank you.
All right. Well, before we take our first break and then come back to the game starting, let's also remind everybody that Vishy Anand, speaking of world champions, we are here with Ho Yifan today. Vishy will be joining us tomorrow, so you can circle your calendar for that and make sure you're tuning in for the champ who will be tagging in for Yifan on the back half of tomorrow's show. But okay, So on that note, it's time. It's getting time for the games to begin. We're getting excited here. We're going to take our last break before the first move is played here. It's game 2 of round 3, the 2021 FIDE World Cup. More action when we return. And we are back. The live cameras there from the playing hall. Do you miss being in environments like that these days, Yifan?
Well, definitely. I mean, if recalling my last tournament, it's well back to 2018, I guess. If we're talking about some high level chess, of course, I play some games in the different leagues, but that's all the same thing. And if the venue like this, like such a, let's say, huge event, probably even longer. Probably the only Olympiad back to 2016. I'm not so sure about already. That's a long, long time. And it's very happy to see such an event happens after the year of pandemic, right? So
Yeah.
I guess not only me, but even many active players, they're not playing the venue with hundreds of players.
Right. No, it's a good point. And on the subject of the pandemic, we just saw our first awkward handshake of the day there between Chip Arenov and Peter Spidler with the not quite sure what to do, so they ended with a fist bump. It looks like, but now we've switched over to where all things start and begin in the high levels of chess. That is with Magnus Carlsen, who got game one against Arjan Tari. For those who maybe didn't tune in yesterday, Magnus took the W with the white pieces and now is facing one e4 and has responded with c5 against his fellow Norwegian. So is it ever awkward to play your own countrymen in an open tournament like this where you could play anybody? Do you ever have that, or is it just all business as usual regardless?
Well, actually, we actually came to this question even yesterday with Daniel, but I think Daniel approached it in a different way. I had similar experience even in the final match of Women's World Chess Championship back to the time that I first won it in the year of 2010.
Yeah.
So in the final match, I played with my teammate. So I wouldn't say it's completely the same. There might be some difference because you know each other better, right? And you came from the same country. That's somehow a little bit, well, I don't know how to explain exactly, but let's say it might affect your performance, but I don't think that's in a very, let's say, deep level, because as we can see the Magnus performance yesterday, he got the game slow, but later on he showed his techniques, right, and had a kind of nice finish at the end with the check on e7. But today Terry chose with e4. I'm not sure if he's an e4 player.
Yeah, and Magnus is for those who just tuning in, Magnus paused for a minute after e4 by Arjan before playing the move c5, and of course we see them making moves now. But note that he did not play the Sveshnikov, which is something that we've seen Magnus employing at least semi-regularly since the 2018 World Championship match versus Caruana. Instead, he chose e6, which has some potential to transpose later on. But after the open Sicilian and knight to c6. Right now we're headed for some sort of Taimanov Sicilian potentially. So interesting, right? Maybe Arjan surprises Magnus a little bit with e4, and then Magnus takes a moment to decide not to play the Sveshnikov.
Well, he still got the chance to play Sveshnikov with a move knight f6 here, as Terry just played knight c3. But if he went for this move older, the only reason is that he doesn't like to reach some positions of knight c6, bishop b5.
Yeah, I was just about to show that.
Yeah,
to show what Ifan's saying. If knight to c6 is played, you have bishop to b5, and you're in Rosalimo, Moskva types of Sicilians. So Magnus saying he's not interested in that. But as Ifan said, if knight f6 is played, knight to b5, d6, bishop f4, and e5, we can actually transpose into the main line Sveshnikov in a variation like this. So, okay, we'll see what Magnus chooses to go for here.
Magnus plays a6. Well, I don't think we play this very often, right? I remember very rarely.
No, you're right. A6 is officially saying he's not interested in a Sveshnikov for whatever reason right now, and maybe just not even going to toy around with whatever Arjan Tari might have prepared. And now we are 100% into Taimanov. I can't remember Magnus playing a Taimanov Sicilian in recent memory at all. Can you?
No. Well, I am not so sure for the last 2 or 3 years, as I'm not really up to date. But in the previous decade also, because I played with Magnus a couple of times while I'm doing the preparation, I don't even remember that I paid a single attention to Taimanov or Sicilian in this way. I mean, in general, not Sicilian, but recently he starts to play Sveshnikov. So that's one of the direction. But here, it seems like he's in a situation to play for a win. I mean, if we only look from opening perspective, but in reality, not. So maybe he decided to go for this line in case to play against Terry. Probably he thought that Terry is not, let's say, really comfortable with this type of structure or the essence of the position.
Yeah, I agree totally. And Arjan obviously now taking a think. It's early in the game, but and when top players are thinking like this, it's not that they don't know their theory, but obviously they're trying to think way ahead, right, in regards to what they prepared, especially if your opponent surprises you a little bit with a move order, wants to make sure he gets all the right variations against the time on off.
Yeah, and also he needs to choose between the long castle and the short castle, as there are many different lines here. I mean, different setups for white.
Yep. Yeah, and that's a big philosophical decision, right? We know that Tari is in a must-win game because he lost game one yesterday, but still choosing the right approach here. There are big decisions here, whether it's bishop to e3 or bishop e2 can already be indicative of the type of time on of Sicilian that Ariane wants to get. So, well, why don't we maybe try to come back to that? I also wanted to check in on a game. Well, I wanted to check on Fabiano's game if we can do that.
Definitely. Oh, but yesterday he drew or
he drew.
Drew, right.
Yep, Jumabayev. Jumabayev. He who's a regular player in a lot of Chess.com events, Jumbo on Chess.com, and we haven't had as much Caruana as sometimes we get in top events because of the situation where his opponent was forfeited due to a positive COVID-19 test. So I just thought might be interesting to check in on this. Nothing spectacular yet. A transposition into kind of an orthodox Queen's Gambit. Anything jump out to you about this particular position?
Well, too early to say. I mean, nothing special, right? It's just a kind of typical structure, and white is planning to play knight e2 short castle, maybe f3 e4, or I mean that's the idea that white delays the development of knight f3.
Right. Yeah. So the move order here is specifically designed to keep that option open, right? Are there still chances in some of these lines where white's going to castle long?
Well, yes, I think at some moments, and you still got like h3, g4, but after you castle, white needs to pay attention with some c5, b5, b4. So
right.
This is a double-edged decision.
Yeah, and sometimes I feel like the move order here is particularly tricky just because it gives your opponent a little bit more to think about rather than playing the straightforward line, even if you did decide to transpose into something with knight f3 and not go for knight e2. But obviously, Jumbayev is going to have to really make sure he gets the line that he wants against the well-prepared Fabiano Caruana.
It's hard when your opponent literally plays everything, right?
Right. What do you do against someone like that? Caruana is obviously, I don't know if this is necessarily true, but he has the reputation as being one of the most versatile and well prepared. Right, there are well prepared players like a Maxime Vacher-Lagrave who are a little more known for their particular weapons, right? Whether it be the Najdorf or the Grunfeld, and then there's players like Caruana who just have the reputation for being super deeply prepared, but also very hard to pin down. What do you do against an opponent like that? You just cross your fingers?
Well, I guess if I face a player like Caruana who has a very good and deep palm preparation and huge, let's say, opening repertoire, so I probably just think a little bit what I'm going to do. That's it, and even spend less time on preparation.
Okay.
Because even if you spend time, I don't think, with limited amount of work you put on it, you could, let's say, prepare for something. So better just to focus during the game. I think that's more important. But that also depends on the style, because I'm a kind of person, not that hard working on the openings.
Right.
I mean, no need to compare with the top level players like you mentioned, Caruana or MUL, but even compared to some just grandmasters, I thought they probably could work even harder. So I think I'm more like a practical player in some sense.
But that's interesting advice you kind of gave, if I'm reading between the lines, just about sometimes against the player, the right approach is to not spend too much time stressing in the opening, right? And be well rested or be well prepared just to play a hard fought game rather than trying to pin them down, right? Against a guy like Caruana, that might be your approach.
Yeah, definitely. But on the other hand, I mean, we express in this way, but on the other hand, if you get into your opponent's preparation, that will be very tough. I think I had similar experience when playing with top guys. I mean, if just a strong grandmaster, even if you get to the worst position, you still got chances. But against top players, it's like once you got worse, they simply give you zero chance to fight it back. So that's a tricky point. So we need to be a bit smart or clever just to make sure that you enter into the direction that could enter into a balanced middle game. That's important. But how is a good technical question.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. One of the fun facts just shown there by the team is you and I were correct. So it wasn't, we're always, you know, not 100% confident when it comes to saying things about Magnus Carlsen's chess because he's the world champion, but we were both correct that we had never seen him play a Taimanov. And in fact, he has never played a Taimanov before. So kudos to us that we weren't crazy about that. And that'll be interesting to see for those who just tuning in. Just quickly flash the board again. Magnus Carlsen employing a Taimanov and has his opponent Arjan Tari in thought currently after the move a6. But okay, we'll come back to that. Let's go over to a game also of one of the top boards who we haven't checked in yet. Maybe the most well-known or most followed troll on social media of the top players in the world, that being Anish Giri. He's several moves down the road here against one of the most talented players up and coming from Uzbekistan, Abdusa Turov. Norderbek Abdusa Turov is, although we see there's so many talented players right now coming and rising up from Uzbekistan, but here this looks like it's about to be a very sharp game, a well-prepared game against Giri.
Yeah, it's French. Oh, first of all, I don't think Gary plays e4 very often. He did, but I don't think it's his most popular weapon. But maybe he did this on purpose. I have no idea what is the, let's say, normal opening repertoire from the young Uzbekistan player, but seems like Anish wasn't ready for this, or maybe he's not ready for bishop d7 rook c8, because it seems new to me at least.
Yeah.
We don't know there's c4, there's a knight h6 here, but for bishop d7, just simply allowing b4 and play rook c8.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not. In fact, I was just giving a lesson to one of the players playing in our tournament tournament. Very different levels of chess, obviously, with our fighting game community streamers and anime players, but talking about Black's idea to play a5 to prevent b4 precisely being one of the key points Black often employs here. But here, as you said, bishop d7 allowing b4 and then playing rook to c8. A very different approach, and we see that Anish is the one on the clock here, the higher rated player, trying to figure out how he's going to navigate this. Black has a couple different ideas in these lines to play a5. Still, where you put this knight is going to be really key in terms of how Black approaches these positions, and sometimes still f6, right? So this is kind of a flexible approach from Abdusa Turov, even though White is a little bit better in these positions.
Yeah, I think the next couple moves would be important. Like then you mentioned, White needs to figure out what type of setups he would like to approach, because c3 square we cannot, let's say, go immediately. But if we support it with bishop b2, then this b2 bishop is somehow under the eye of the queen on b6. There might be some sacrifice or a5 at different moments, and if we first develop the light square bishop like bishop e2, then we might lose the control of f5 square. Then Black may have knight e7, knight f5 idea. So White would be happy to bring the knight to c5, let's say c3 a4 or d2 b3, but that also seems like a long way to be there.
So what are, in these types of positions, because of what you said, right? The bishop on b2, there's potential tactics on b4. It also makes a5 a little spicier. There are times where White will just be willing to allow knight on f5 and put the bishop on e3, right? Like positions like this, where the structure is one that, is it okay for White if these double pawns occur because it reinforces protection here, or is this not the idea for White?
Definitely it's possible because if we compare it with one of the main theories, after a3, black got the move knight h6, b4, then c takes d4, then c takes d4, knight f5. I
Yeah,
think
sorry,
it's
I'm
like
showing
that,
that
right?
line.
Yeah, and then white has two options, bishop b2 and bishop e3. So once you
Right,
bring the bishop to e3, it's very similar, like, the positions in the game.
right,
So here I don't think, I mean, even if we get back to the position, it's unlikely that black will do the exchange immediately because it's at his hand. He can do whenever he wants, right? He
right.
probably needs to develop first because once open up the F file and the double E pawn here, the pawn E3 supports the D4, and the black may get some pressure among the king side
Hmm.
due to this pawn E5, and the black spaces are somehow centralizing on the queen side.
Right. Okay. Well, all right. So Geary is in thought here, um, against this move order. I don't know how often Abdusa Turov has played a French. You asked that question quickly at the top of the show when we first switched to this board. I know he is a regular E5 player. I can say that just from knowing some online games. He also, on the white side of these positions, is known for some funky Scotch openings, and I remember that because I play it myself at times. So, but I don't know how often he's played the French. Maybe we'll check on that and see how this game develops. And okay, why don't we head back to the game at the top of the open section here, where Magnus Carlsen again has played a Taimanov Sicilian for the first time in his career. For those who are just tuning in, it not only took us a little bit by surprise, but the quick storyline of this game recap was Arjan played the move e4, and Magnus thought for a minute, because Arjan is not the most traditional e4 player, played c5, but then did not go into the Sveshnikov that we've seen Magnus playing regularly, and instead played a Taimanov. And this is where we stand. Ifan, Arjan played bishop f4. That's not the most common move here.
No, normally white do bishop e3 or bishop e2 or g3, but
Yeah,
I think similar ideas happened in different Sicilian variations like round zero or, I mean, different openings. So this is definitely an idea, but just it
yeah.
happens here at this moment. Yeah, not sure. At least not the most popular ones. But
Yeah.
after these, oh yeah, he played d6.
Yep. And then Arjan captures and has immediately played queen to d2. So it's funny because on a structural level, this isn't the most abnormal thing you would see, and white is kind of doing things that are sort of what you see, but the unique position of the bishop on f4 versus where it traditionally is, either on e3, is definitely going to lead to some spicy positions right away. If white does castle long or even put a rook on d1, the decision comes early in terms of what exactly do you do with d6. Are you playing d5? Are you playing e5? But a funny position to be so early on and not really be in mainline theory at the FIDE World Cup.
Yeah, seems like black needs to push e5. If he push d5, well, there's certain chances because the bishop is on f4. Yeah, hard to tell. It's just different pawn structures. I mean, e5 looks more natural to me. That allows knight f6, bishop e6, bishop e7. And in that structure, white could even think to castle short. I mean, depends, right? Then knight a4, c4.
Right.
If we could maintain the space advantage and stop the, let's say, breakthrough on the center with the move d5, then white would be happily to get a control for the full game, right?
Yeah. So black is. So what if black does play just normally here? Like, so, I mean, I don't think you want to play knight f6 in some of these positions because of an immediate e5 kind of strike could sort of split these pawns, right? This is one positional break that white has. So something like bishop e7, and what if white just goes all in and castles long?
E5.
d5 or e5 now.
E5.
Yeah.
E5.
Okay. Bishop retreats to e3 or g3.
E3 looks like then knight f6.
Yeah.
Because
then,
for the structure, white castle law, I'm not so sure what happens here. Because black is fast to play rook b8, bishop
yeah,
e6, queen queen a5, and so on.
right. It's like it's weird because it's like a lot of types of Sicilians when you see this structure and you think, okay, white just has an English attack idea and black just has a Najdorf kind of development, but it's not exactly like those because, like you said, black is actually very quick in these positions and probably would even neglect castling for some time because there's no need. Black would immediately be looking for pressure over here on the queen side.
Yeah, but on the other hand, maybe white could try bishop c4 at the earlier stage just to be able to maneuver, transfer this bishop to b3, covers the b file, and also stops a5, a4 threat from black, and also keeps an eye on the d5 breakthrough.
Yeah.
And then there's some other idea with f4 immediately, just to try to, open up, or f5, g4 comes up. So it's hard to say, to be honest.
I like this move, bishop to c4 is normally that's a move you see like in a Yugoslav dragon or something, but not necessarily what you would always see on the white side of a Taimanov English attack or a Najdorf. But here it makes a lot of sense. Stop bishop e6 and to be in a more defensive spot. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Well, this will be an exciting one. And I guess if you're thinking about it from Arjan Tari's point of view, knowing you're in a must-win situation against the strongest chess player in the world, that's not the easiest situation to be in, right? But this is going to be a double-edged game, right?
Yeah, I feel like Tara should be happy that he got this position. So this will be some real play, and Magnus wouldn't be the most comfortable when he gets into this position, I guess, because there might be some counter play, complex positions, and the players could easily lose of control.
Right. Okay. Well, remind everybody there's obviously a lot of games going on right now. We are just underway here, game 2 in round 3, game 2 here at the FIDE World Cup. You can go to chess.com/events if you happen to be tuning in on Twitch or YouTube or anywhere, and you want to watch a different game. Ifan and I will do our best to follow all the most exciting moments, but there are a lot of games, and there's a chance sometimes we may not be covering the most exciting games. So okay, let's continue to bounce around. I haven't seen the face of the person we just brought up on camera, so I'm not exactly sure which game we're showing. You can head over there.
Well, I have no idea which board and who's on the white side.
I think that's Kovalyev. So I'm going to bring up Kovalyev's game. I think I know the faces of a lot of top chess players. I'm not, not everybody is immediately recognizable to me. It's also been about a year and a half since we've seen any of them on camera because of the pandemic. So, but I think that's Kovalyev.
When you mentioned that we haven't seen them from camera for 1.5 years, I just thought, okay, they probably could be a completely different person.
Right? I mean, you never know, but I think I guessed right, and there was no name, but okay, there we go. We've got Kovalyev competing here against Bobby Chang. Obviously, for those who've been following the whole event, you know the storyline in that Mr. Chang did receive a forfeit win because of Levon Aronian withdrawing due to health concerns, and so here we see Bobby Chang on the black side of this position versus Kovalyev.
But the last move b3 seems quite unusual.
Yeah, b3 is a move order. Let's talk a little bit about that actually. The Caro-Kann transposing into kind of a reversed sort of orthodox Queen's Gambit structure, a kind of a minority attack that could ensue for black on the queen side when you get this move order with Queen c7, keeping an eye out for the idea that eventually black sometimes strikes with b5 and b4 in these positions. And so the move b3 is a flexible one where white is actually preparing to kind of change the structure with c4 in a lot of ways. And maybe that's, if we take a look at this position, Yvonne, it's kind of like the setup that Caruana has employed, but with colors reversed, right?
The difference is bishop on c8 instead of g4. That actually matters a lot.
Yeah.
Because when bishop, if the bishop move outside, clearly there will be some initiatives, but when it's at home, it's different. And also b3, as Daniel mentioned, preparing c4, that seems like an interesting idea, though I doubt if it's necessary at all.
Yeah. It's, in some ways, it's kind of a defensive move too, right? Because I guess if Black ever plays for a minority attack, if the pawn did extend, maybe then you could respond with c4. But it's weird. White wasn't maybe sure how to develop the bishop on c1. Obviously, there's limited options, and even if you go to g5, there's no real relocation because Black is already holding the g3 square, and you've expanded here. So perhaps just not quite sure how he wants to approach developing the queen side, plays this move b3.
And also, well, there's one idea with c4, the other idea probably knight a3, knight c2 to do this knight maneuver. Because where to develop this b1 knight is another question.
Yeah.
If you go to d2 f1, then the same problem, you cannot go to g3. So
Right.
maybe knight on c2 would be happily placed. Keep an eye on b4.
Yeah, it's really interesting because this whole sort of sequence was set up oddly enough by the move 6h3, right? White commits to the line h3 to prevent bishop g4, but in turn leaves the g3 square slightly less defended. I know that knight e2 is actually the most popular move here theoretically, I believe, and White tries to play things like bishop f4. There are lines like this where bishop g4, f3, Black doesn't play bishop h5, for example, because of knight f4, and so the main theoretical move is actually bishop d7. And that kind of ends how well I know these lines in my, just off the top of my head. But to play h3 instead of knight e2 is to avoid all of these things. And that's where we get this position where, as you said, Yvonne, the g3 square is now no longer protected. So plans like this and plans like this are not really on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
we have a look for other games. Maybe we can have a look for Mamedjarov, as I think he's a top, he's the highest rated player who lost the first game.
Let's do it.
Round.
Yeah. Again, he lost on day one, game one of round two, as Yvonne just mentioned, to the young Haik Martirosyan, who's very well known to the Chess.com community, currently competing in our junior speed chess championship, and is a very talented blitz and bullet player for sure. So he won. Haik won game one, and this was actually the final position you saw, where he was just up a lot of pawns and Black's king was open. So Mamedjarov threw in the towel. Here we have game two. Look how far along they are. This is an end game already.
Wow. How game approach here? I'm just wondering because while White could be slightly better, but in a must-win situation, don't think it's a very promising game for White.
Yeah, I agree. And knowing that Mamedjarov is down a game, so again, in the format, that means he's in a must-win position. He does have the white pieces, but this is not a game with a ton of promise. The bishop pair, I guess, holds some long-term chances, but the Black's pieces are super well coordinated, right? I mean, the knight is in a great spot. You'd love to put the pawn on h6, but you're too slow for that. Black can deal with that in a number of ways, even just king g8 or something. So yeah, I'm with you. Although I have been told that we have one crazy game we should probably go to. Is it already over? Wait.
Huh?
Esipenko's game?
What's this? Well, it's just completely winning. What happens?
Oh no, that was from I'm sorry. I was looking at the previous round. We've got the full archive here. So no, but oh my gosh, this is the current position against the Grandmaster Abdusa from Azerbaijan. What happened here? Wow, let's
Knight c6, knight f6, like we discussed in the Magnus game, and finally we got one, and white takes on c6.
Well,
And went for that particular line.
yeah.
Sorry, I don't know the name of the variation. Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
well,
know
this
the
is the
move.
Taimanov. And again, if this had happened in the Magnus game, maybe we would have seen knight to b5 trying to transpose into Sveshnikov's, but Magnus didn't allow it. Again, if you're just tuning in, the comparison was we had a traditional Taimanov. But here knight c6 is played. Esipenko captures on c6, e5. This is a main line. But I'm not exactly sure when the theory ends here. C4 check and then king e2.
Not yet. It's still the theory.
Still theory. King e2.
And
F5.
And then
This is all still theory. Knight f2, bishop a6, and then king f3. This is all
I'm not
actually
so
theory.
sure about
So,
after knight f2. Okay, but I knew before knight f2. Yes, there's this variation, but I'm not sure if that's the main one.
well, according to our database here, and I'm just following the ECO, this is a position that has still been played hundreds of times, actually. And black plays knight e7, which is indeed the main move. Bishop to e3 is the mainline response. So nothing about this position is actually new yet, as wild as this looks. Queen a4, bishop b7. Now h4 is actually the first novelty in the game played by the young Russian Esipenko. Until that move, according to our database, queen a3, b4, and rook d1 have all been tried. So h4 is a novelty according to this database, but maybe we'll get one of our staff members checking on that, checking all different databases to ensure. But your thoughts about this position, regardless of the fact that until h4, it was actually theory.
Well, I just felt like white got a very promising position despite the king on f3, but this king is safely placed here. h4 probably just keep an eye on g5 and also leave this h2 for the king in case he wants to, escape. Because the black's position has some, let's say, long-term weakness, the d7 pawn, d6 square, bad bishop on b7. Yeah, so maybe black needs to move the queen away and try to push c5, like for example queen b6 here. But even after c5, white go king g3, king is safely placed here, so it can just develop.
Yeah, like, well, here b2 is being hit, so white could even play queen a3, which is a typical move. And just to show your point, if c5 check is played, king to g3, and white is still just fine, right?
Yeah, in general, I feel like black's position would be very tricky because of this d6 weakness and d7. So that costs black no counterplay.
Yeah.
Because there are no lines. So
yeah, and it's funny with the pawn on c5, you actually limit the queen's gaze, which one of the only things keeping white's position a little dysfunctional is that the queen is hitting these squares. So it makes me think, is there an idea like queen d4 in some positions where you gain a tempo and try to play c5? Like
queen d4, queen b3.
Queen b3 is key because you defend and hit the bit. I was just about to say you can't play a normal move or some other move like rook d1 or something, because then c5 check comes and queen e3 is devastating.
Yeah. Yeah, but you can go queen d4, queen b3, rook b8, rook d1, and then c5, king g3, because queen on b3 defends both b2 and e3. So that makes next move rook d1 possible.
Okay. It looks like, according to this, and I'm making sure, it looks like they actually did play queen to b6 and c5 check in the game.
It happens in the game.
Yeah, it looks like this is the live position. And again, there's still so many games going on at this stage in the FIDE World Cup. We don't have live cams necessarily of every single board. So as the games go on and we know which games will be the most exciting, you tend to see the roaming cam on site. FIDE's team working hard to give us all the possible live feeds. So that's why we've had to look at Geary while we've been analyzing this. But on that note, the stage has been set here for game 2 of round 3, Ifan. We're going to take our very first break since the games began. So don't go anywhere, everyone. A lot of interesting action ahead. Magnus Carlsen plays the Taimanov Sicilian for the first time in his career. Esipenko's king is on a walk, and we're going to be right back. And as we come back here to game 2 of round 3, the FIDE World Cup, we've been covering a lot of Magnus Carlsen's game against Arjan Tari, just like we'll be doing coming up in November. The 2021 World Chess Championship match awaits us. We will have live feeds of the playing hall on Twitch exclusively. No other channel on Twitch will have the cameras up close and personal with Jan and Magnus. So tune in, hit that follow button if somehow you haven't already, and let's jump right back to the game that is live right now at the FIDE World Cup. Magnus Carlsen, is this time on-off a sign of things to come? Will he be playing it in the future, or was it just something to avoid whatever prep his younger countrymen came up with? Again, if you're just tuning in, A6 was played by Magnus Carlsen in this game, confirmed the first time in his career playing the Sicilian. And we have this weird line, E5, since we left it, E5 was played, kind of as you predicted. Now knight F6, H6, and bishop E6. So again, very interesting. This is a Sicilian that is not structurally very odd, but the particular move order and the way we got here is not something you see every day.
No, indeed not. I think it transposed to some routes there, but definitely not exactly the same position. And I don't think, to be honest, I'm not so sure why White puts his bishop on H4.
Right.
Because this piece is not something very annoying for Black. And also at some moments, Black tried G5, trying to, fully restrict the activity of this dark square bishop. And then he could create Rook B8, Queen A5. But yeah, just like how White developed, because you don't have F4 here. You probably need to go F3, G4.
Right.
I just didn't see many good plans for White in this current position.
Yeah. Agreed. It's awkward. It's interesting. H6 itself is not always the best pawn, because if G5 does occur, we have kind of an anchor to blow things open. But like you said, White's position also awkward, and it's not going to be so clear, especially with Black probably accelerating the attack even faster than you get in some Sicilians. So, all right, a lot ahead in this game. We're going to bounce around a little bit more quickly, reading the chat and the tea leaves. Real quick appreciation to everybody, no matter where you're tuning in from. We see you, and a lot of games to look at. I want to jump to the game between two countrymen as well. We've been following two Norwegians closely. Let's go look at two players from India. FIDE Gujarati, who was a guest yesterday, got the win as White, and now has the Black pieces and a sharp Sicilian against Adiban. He's known as a beast. He plays some beastly chess sometimes, and this is a sharp position here.
Yeah, but it's probably still in his home preparation if we look at the clock.
Yeah.
And the position itself also looks okay for Black. It might end soon, because if White cannot create something in the next few moves, the position will just be, I think, simplified.
Yeah, and that's exactly what FIDE needs, again, because he got the win in the first one. As you pointed out, the clock is sort of telling the story that FIDE is in his preparation. So we'll just quickly look at it. We had a symmetrical English until E5 was played here by Mr. Gujarati, and now the capture and D5. Wow, what a fun little way to get almost like a Turov, a symmetrical with the E pawns being traded. This is not something you see every day, and here we go. What are White's options to get something spicy before, like you said, we just trade, and maybe Black even has bishop b4 check coming?
Yeah, maybe. How about the most simple one, like knight f6 and bishop somewhere, bishop f4?
Right. Takes, bishop f4. There's maybe this check.
Yeah, I would think like check bishop d2.
Yeah.
Just trying to exchange materials, because then you've got 4 isolated pawns. But
Yeah,
here, yeah. Sure.
Black structure is no good if White can survive the opening, but can White survive the opening, right?
Then as you touch this d pawn, I was just thinking like probably d3 could be an option.
Oh, wow. What a crazy move to stop the bishop from developing too.
Well, only your mouse touch this d4 pawn, realize, oh, there's this option.
Right. Yeah, the c4 pawn is under attack. So something like this, and even queen e7 is coming, and you've got weirdness. Okay, well, wow, this is going to be a fun one to keep our eye on as well. So especially for all the viewers from India, I'm sure watching this closely. FIDE, of course, the favorite, right? He is the higher rated player among the two, but just checking in on all those battles where you've got a couple people from the same country. But let's go to another game that had a lot of attention yesterday, another matchup, if you will, between Niels Grandilius and Jeffrey Zhang. Grandilius won a really interesting end game, down a piece there toward the end, but a bunch of passed pawns. So he has Jeffrey Zhang in a must-win position here with the white pieces. Also looks like a bunch of theory given the way the players have managed the clock.
It's hard for white to win, though he got an extra pawn. But black will be happy maneuver the knight to c4 and just stay there. But of course, white got certain chances.
Yeah, good point. The extra pawn, but not a very easy position to play. This is such a simple plan for black. How did we get here? This looks like it was, it was probably a grunt. Okay, yeah, it was a Grunfeld, some sort of weird Grunfeld, but transposes. Just taking a peek. Yeah, this is all theory here. This is a line that like you said, the dynamic is very clear. White has the extra pawn, but black's position is super easy to play. All the pieces are completely primed for a really easy plan, and Jeffrey's going to have his work cut out for him if he's going to win and send this thing to tie breaks.
We'll see, but I think in this in the current match situation, white will be very happy to play this position. You know, it really requires very sophisticated skills to transfer the material to a full point. On the contrary, black will be play easily. You just need to stop the pawn and playing some positional move and wait for white to see what's next.
What do you do in that situation as a mindset? I mean, I feel like as a commentator, never played it at that high of a level when you're talking about must-win situations, because we talk about the psychology, knowing that it's much easier said than done, right? You know you're in a must-win situation, so you have to win. But objectively, if you get too careless, then you lose, and maybe quickly, right? So what is there like mind tricks you play with yourself to keep yourself in the right state if you're in a situation that's must win?
Yeah, I think you raised up a very good question. Actually, that's let's say one of the skills that the player would be much stronger if you know how to deal with the situations. It's very hard because in a must-win situation, you need to let's say have the balance, have this turning point. Like, okay, what are the boundaries? You could try something aggressive. You could try to fight for chances, but can't be too much. So, for example, as a black, if you start with some crap positions, you probably would lose simply because you are pretending that your opponent doesn't know how to play chess. But if you play something very solid, especially with black pieces, it's very hard to win. So I guess you need to play a normal game, but in the meantime, trying to avoid those forcing variations that could simplify the position immediately. But that's, let's say, something theoretical. In a practical game, it's very hard, especially nowadays when people study a lot in the opening. So if I was just like thinking my personal experience, most of the time I wasn't put myself into the situation. Most of I was like, I won the first game and then somehow lost the second game, bring myself to the tiebreak. But I remember clearly once in the World Cup, that's very interesting. We got to the tiebreak. Maybe that's my first World Cup against and my opponent was Anish, and I thought there was like 2 games tiebreak. Therefore, I lost my first game with white, and then in the second game I choose some very sharp Sicilian variations. I think English attack and trying to complex the position. But after the game, I realized there will be 4 games of tiebreak inside of 2. So I guess my opponent was somehow shocked to see that after losing the first game in the 4-game match, they started to do something very sharp.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy. The situations are, like you said, just not easy. Maybe a little bit easier, I guess, when you have the white pieces in a must win, but not much, especially like you said, with preparation being so deep and navigating with the computers. They know how to get positions that are really hard to lose. So Grandilius, as the stats showing, a second to Magnus Carlsen in the 2018 World Chess Championship. Also one of the best bug house players in the world. For those who don't know what bug house or doubles chess is, you can play it on Chess.com, and it's a lot of fun. But he's actually known as maybe among strong grandmasters. I know Levon Aronian might disagree with that. Do you ever play Bughouse?
I played, but just for fun, not
Yeah,
not very often. But I also, the first time I knew that he's very strong at Bughouse chess.
yeah, yeah. He's very good, very tricky. But okay, we've been talking about how Jeffrey Zhang, the former world junior champion, is in a must-win situation. Also in a must-win situation is another junior, Nihal Sarin, who lost his first game against Dmitry Andreikin, but in an even worse position, I guess, from a practical point of view. He now has the black pieces against Andreikin. Let's not forget how great Andreikin has been historically in the World Cup, right? He's a former finalist in the World Cup, and are there certain players who tend to play better in this type of format, or sometimes is it just a bit of you get the right pairings in an event that is just so incredibly difficult, and things work out? But what are your thoughts on that? Some people stylistically do better in these types of kind of large knockouts.
Well, I guess in the open section, pairings really matters because
Yeah,
not me to say that you are in a, let's say, strong, let's say, part or the weaker part, because you know, all the pairings was arranged in a very fair system, right? But just like the opponents you might face are the one whose style is in your favor or who probably got a better score against you. It's basically about individuals. So that's
right.
one thing. And the other thing, well, I don't think there are many other points. The other points are just same, how to perform well by yourself,
Right.
and how to be ready for the tournament with such a tight schedule. But in women's section, I guess that's something different. I guess if you just focus on yourself, trying to be stronger, then probably you could do better, because we have, I mean, in the women's section, there are less strong play. I mean, let's say less number of participants. And also the average strengths are not in the same level compared to the open section.
No, it makes sense. In a large event like that, pairings really matter, and then it's just about whether you're playing well, right? And in that sense, I guess Nihal Sarin got a tough pairing because Dmitry Andreikin seems to be playing well and likes this format. Let's go over to Pragnananda's game. The other young man from India who has everybody
Wow.
watching. He took down Krasenkov in the first game, and Krasenkov sent home Kirill Alexeyenko, the wild card from Russia, who played in the candidates earlier this year, with an incredible game. One of my favorite games, as I tweeted out last night, of the event so far, where he sacked the rook on h6, was awesome. But here Krasenkov is down already one game, and what's going on here? This is wild. I think black should be fine despite the king on d7, because white's king is also in a bit of trouble here. But your thoughts on what we have on the board?
It seems like the game will finish soon in a draw. I mean, I'm not so sure, but looks like, although
Yeah,
white got an extra rook, but your c1 and c3 weakness might allow black to give some checks along a2, knight a4. So I guess we need some accurate calculation to see how game continues. Probably if white could successfully bring his king to f4, then g3, he could got some chances, but unlikely, really unlikely.
let me show that line, Yvonne. Something like this. She was kind
Yeah.
of saying, and if queen a4, the point is this would be a draw, which means if you commit to king d2, you're probably going for a king walk. But okay,
Yeah.
no, wait. The computer says no. There's some sort of win here. Just sort of check, and then what is it? Some sort of, oh, it's just mate.
Checkmate.
Okay, so that doesn't actually work. So that means what you said is probably true. The game is, because how else are you defending c1, right? The only moves are king d2, king d1, and as you said, this is probably just a draw unless you're super into checkmating yourself, right? So there you go.
Well, after queen a4, maybe you could try king e2.
Okay, queen a4, king. Okay, that makes sense, right? And now, because now queen c2, you could play bishop d2, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but queen d3 probably also a perpetual check.
Right. Check.
Queen
Check.
d3, king d1, queen b1, bishop c1, queen b3. Yeah,
Yeah.
like checks everywhere.
I think your instincts were correct. Prague just might be about to punch his ticket into round 4 with this draw, because again, he already won the first game of round 3. So what a story that would be. Who of all the young future maybe world championship candidates that the world follows will get furthest in the World Cup? Prague is playing exceptional chess right now. Okay. Wow. We'll keep our eye on that one. Again, if you're just tuning in, we see a lot of questions following the chats. You can go to chess.com/events and follow the games yourself, and then yell at us if you see a game that you really want us to go to. We're going to continue to scroll around. So many games. Let's go check on Sheparinov and Peter Svidler. How's that sound? For those who just got here, they had the most awkward start of the day, the fun handshake where they didn't know what to do and ended up with a fist bump, which seemed agreeable. So we haven't checked in on this game at all, and it hasn't actually moved along that far, except that Peter Svidler is down almost 40 minutes on the clock here.
But his position looks quite promising.
Yeah, I like this knight. I also would love to get Queen H5 and Knight G6 checkmate. That sounds fun.
Yeah, but there always be Queen E8. But I'm just curious which opening it is. Berlin or what?
Yeah, let's look real quick. We'll look and see how we got to the live position here. We had a Ruy Lopez, a Berlin specifically.
Okay.
A mainline Berlin, but yeah, this is a sharp position we have on the board, given that sometimes you see them. Okay, Bishop A4. That was the move, right? The most mainline move here, of course, is to capture C6 and take E5 for those who know their Berlin theory. But Bishop A4 instead. Stop me if you have any thoughts about this position, Ifan. I'm just trying to catch us up.
No. At the moment, I was just trying to get the key points of this position.
Yeah, it looks like Peter has now played the move knight to D5, so he doesn't go for my checkmate threat of knight to G6, unfortunately. But knight to D5 is on the board, and okay, here we have black is up a pawn here. That doesn't immediately meet the eye because you see black's lack of development, and this D7 pawn is a forgettable one. But black is up a pawn, so white has to prove some sort of pressure with the pieces in the center here.
And also he might have planned some moments to go for knight F4. And knight D6, but you also face Queen E8. So
darn it, you keep stopping the checkmate. Let me just show it for fun, because I'm like a kid in a candy store. I can't stop it. So knight there, and there's our checkmate. Takes, and Queen H5. This is always fun when you've got things like this on the board. So okay, but like you said, if anything is played on knight F4 like Queen E8, probably black is just fine. Is there some other move besides, what other move would we play here? I mean, you could also trade. I keep playing B6 because I'm thinking about how to solve the development problem. But what are your thoughts when you're playing the black side of a position like this to just sort of squelch your opponent's initiative and then convert your extra pawn?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to play with black. Probably I might also consider Bishop F6, just trying, to get these pieces out. Trying to be concrete and force the opponent to make some decisions. But I agree, B6 is a completely different style, and that might work pretty well because also it's unlikely to know what's next from white.
Yeah, no, I like your Bishop F6. I think also the risk of trading here is then you have to retreat your knight, but maybe you can get away with something like this because the knight blocking, you can maybe even play like some weird move where you just go after the E pawn. This feels good for white. But is black like
D5?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You could also just trade the bishop, I guess, but okay. Knight to D5, and Okay, Shaporinov has indeed played the move b6, which was my suggestion. So naturally, the engine doesn't like it. The engines don't normally like the chess moves I
Did he
suggest.
place? Because I see his clock is still running. So, or he's still thinking. He
I
played
think
b6.
I think. Oh wait, did he actually play? Oh no, wait, he didn't play b6.
I think that's probably our analysis. So
Yeah. Okay, so this is still the live position. He has not played b6. Okay, my apologies. And we see that the engine didn't like it, and it's actually because of this move queen h5, I think. And now suddenly it's harder
there's
because
no e8.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We'll just if you play queen e8, now we have problems because trading you have to take with the rook. Taking with the knight would allow white to trade on c6 and then win the bishop for free on e7. So taking with the rook would allow this. So that is why b6 is not a good move. Okay.
Many interesting games today.
Yeah, a lot of interesting games.
Conversations, right?
We've been bouncing around here a lot. We can continue to do so. Maybe check back in at the top of where things start here. Go see what's going on in Magnus Carlsen's game. It's been an interesting one from a preparation standpoint for those just tuning in. Magnus Carlsen playing the Taimanov Sicilian for the first time in his career ever, and now we have a sharp one. Ariantari is in a must-win spot with the white pieces because he lost game 1 yesterday.
But a5 is an interesting move because he starts with a5, a4, but a bit slow.
Yeah, I was anticipating kind of what you were saying initially, just rook b8 and queen a5 as a more. But okay, the problem, whenever you put your pieces in front of your pawns, if you don't get anything, you kind of, like king b1, you lose your chance to create more stuff. So sometimes rushing the pawn to try to pry open more files first is just sort of the simple approach. I guess he's pointing out that Ariantari's attack on the king side is not as aggressive as you might normally see in an opposite side castle's game, right? He doesn't have the English attack pawn storm coming so quickly. So
yeah,
so
probably you could think for g4 here, but you need to at least calculate what happens if g5 then takes on g4.
yeah, what if we? Yeah, he plays king b1. This is kind of typical
Solid.
prophylactic. Well, if we just go down like obvious roads, and maybe it's too much analysis at this point, but if we go down obvious roads, who's winning the race? It feels like black is, and which is not what you always say in these positions. And in fact, if the knight is unpinned, kind of a common trick, if you're ever in these positions as a viewer, where you gain a tempo and your opponent has to deal with checkmate, now you can actually move this knight because it's unpinned, and suddenly knight c5 and a4, and it's like all of black's pieces are just coming together against the b pawn as if it was planned all along. So this is something I think Tari has to watch out for. Is it's not so simple if all of black's pieces quickly come to life, especially with this knight d7 trick the moment that it's unpinned.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That move the knight to the queen side, the supports a4 and b3 would be the targets.
Yeah.
Other things is that when white will develop his king side attacks, because if you just wait here and allow black to slowly improve, and then
Yeah. All right. Well, wowzers, we got a lot of stuff ahead. Again, we just checked in on a ton of games. Remind you once again, you can go to chess.com/events and choose your own adventure if you need to. I think when we come back, we'll check back in on Esipenko's game with the interesting king walk, and definitely tune into a few that we have not looked at yet. I see Radislav Wojtaszek's game is also sort of heating up. So don't go anywhere. More with me and women's world champion Hoi Fon. It's the FIDE World Cup, game 2 of round 3, and we'll be right back. And we are back here live with game 2 of the FIDE World Cup. Let's remind everybody before we jump right back into the games, we're going to head over to the women's section for the first time today, but mark your calendars for the month of August. We always think of August as St. Louis month because you start with the Rapid and Blitz and then ultimately move to the Sinkfield Cup. So going to be a lot of fun. We will have full coverage of both of those events, part of the Grand Chess Tour right here on Chess.com. So mark your calendar for that. But let's head over to the women's section, Ifan, where we have not tuned in yet today. Starting on board 1, you have Garachkina versus Badelka. A situation, once again, a must-win for Olga with the white pieces. Looks like Garachkina is going to make that tough. This is a pretty unclear position, but she's doing fine on the clock and should be about equal with Black as long as she handles this direct threat on the C6 pawn right now.
Yeah, so yeah, I was just going to say suddenly the board disappeared. Okay, so maybe we have the idea like b5. That seems like very obvious, but we need to think about b5 queen d1.
Yeah, where does the queen go? Does she go to b4? Because I really like your b5, and if b5 queen a3, I assume Black has a move like knight c4 or something, and this is probably bad news. But maybe White is actually just fine in some of these positions because the c6 pawn is actually so weak. I don't know, but you could also just defend the pawn, right? I mean, like something like queen to d6. What do you think?
Yeah, I was just thinking what happens if knight c6, bishop d7, and the knight b5, bishop c6. Yeah, so we cannot capture the pawn. Agree. But after queen d6, how about the bishop a3?
Actually, I didn't see that. Yeah, that looks bad for Black. Because where does the queen go? If you go to, maybe you can just go to c7 though. But like White just brings a rook to c1. This is, I mean, Badelka does have some pressure here. This is maybe harder than first meets the eye. I thought Black should be fine, but c6 is kind of hard to defend.
Yeah, the first time we saw Black should be okay as there's this a file against the queen and
Right.
only c6 is weakness, but later on we realized this knight on a5 actually badly placed. And we need to deal with b6, c6, e7, like 3 weakness on the same time.
And I assume something like b5 just can't be. I assume White could probably just take here. I don't.
Yeah.
Maybe not, but felt like this endgame should probably get a whole bunch of pawns, but maybe you don't want something like this.
You cannot capture e7. Yeah, due to knight
because
d5.
knight d5. Okay, got it.
And if the rook bishop f8, so it just got 1 extra pawn, maybe not enough.
So if b5, but I guess it's the same thing you said before. If b5, the queen can just move in a lot of these positions, and you haven't actually solved the problem of this pawn being horrible, whether it's even
yeah, you can
like,
do before here. Yeah.
Yeah. And now knight takes b5 is, of course, a very strong threat. Okay, wow. Well, this is...
Yeah, Black needs to just think about a good plan for at this position. I mean, where to move the queen, whether to push b5 or what's next. That's actually very important.
Okay. Well, Garachkina is maybe right now the strongest active women's player in the world, and she's the highest rated player in the FIDE World Cup. So with having already won the first game, we'll assume she's going to figure this out. We got a lot of other games to look at here in the women's section. Let's just go to board 2, where we've got Stefanova, versus Poganina. Was combining both those words. Natalia Poganina was a longtime contributor on Chess.com for many years. For those OGs of our platform, can go back and check out some of her articles from years ago. Pogonina's work was always amazing. Here she has the black pieces against Stefanova. They drew the first game, so this match is anyone's to take right now. Neither player is in a must-win situation.
And well, it feels like a very unusual start. So white's knight on e2, queen on d3 is not very often to see in this type of games, right? Normally, we can assume like Scotch, where you got the knight on d4 and maybe queen on d2, bishop on e3, then you do f3, g4. But here, it's different. But on the other hand, black got also spent some tempos for bishop e7, okay, the bishop f8. I think the key point here is whether white is on time to push g pawn
Right.
To g5 and then trying to start with the kingside attack quickly. And for black, the main thing is whether he can do d5 or b5 before on time before your pieces were kind of kicked back.
Yeah, it's I wonder what was the opening of this. Looks like I mean, we get positions almost like this in some lines of the Petrov, but this is okay. So it actually was a Petrov. Oh no, it wasn't. It was knight c3. Sorry, knight c. This is not your standard opening every day, and breaking some principles for beginners there, bringing the queen out early.
We shouldn't forget Stefanova is not an e4 player at all. I'm not sure for her reason to play, but in general, not, right?
Interesting. So not only not necessarily an e4 player, but playing the Falk beer, as our ECO says, with this d4. Let's just say it's not your most traditional road traveled, and I kind of like black's setup just from what you said. G4 doesn't seem easy to get. Although, okay, what if you just play? What if you play h3?
Yeah. So how about b5 here? Can he do b5?
Go for it. Sack the pawn.
If takes, then bishop d7.
I love that. Here comes rook to b8. e4 is also under fire right now with the queen having moved. This is gonna be a wild one for sure. Pogonina is a dragon player as black. I can say that, so she might not mind a position like this where she's sacrificed a pawn and going to be all in with an attack. So this could be a sharp one. We'll see how it develops and come back to it. A lot of other games rolling. I'm gonna jump ahead to the game between Yip and Zagnidze, Nana Zagnidze. Carissa Yip,
in a must-win situation.
Sorry, what?
I mean, Nana is in a must-win situation.
Yep, and with the black pieces, although this might be all that she could ask for. What a sharp position. Sometimes when you see people go all in with these kind of crazy lines, and they're the ones who only need a draw, you get a little skeptical in terms of the approach. I mean, I'm not just saying that because it looks sharp and maybe black has a chance to take e4, but what are your thoughts on that? Do you vary your repertoire based? I mean, I asked you earlier how tough it is to be in a must-win situation when you're the one who's lost, but also what about when you're the one who's won, right? If you only need a draw, is that also a psychological trap, right? Do you want to just play your sharp openings like Carissa has played here? Or is that something you try to avoid if you don't have to be all in for the win?
Well, it depends. I think if you think too much about the result and suddenly become, like a different person, you started to look crazily for the drawing line, that might be a bad signal.
Right.
Because when you really hope some results and you found everything are unclear and you spend a lot of time, you play too passive. So the recommendation, just be yourself and doing the normal moves. And when you see some forcing lines, go for that. I think that's the same. And if you're in a worse situation, then you try to avoid that, I guess. And for the position, the game we look at, I've heard that Carissa is a tactical player. So I guess her, I guess her choice is really making sense, because if we suddenly thought that she should play something very solid, stable, especially against the Sicilian, that's hard, right? And this position, I think it's really double-edged. The question is whether black can take on e4. If not, then white would be super heavy exchange on f6, controlling d5, I guess almost winning. So the possibility would be knight ce4 because otherwise bishop d5. But what
Yeah.
happens knight ce4? We need some calculation, right?
Yeah, it looks. So just again to highlight what Yvonne was just saying, knight takes e4 is not only maybe the best move for black, it may almost be the only move, right? Because if you're not all in on this, any other move, white is eliminating this knight and then immediately filling the d5 square, probably with bishop d5, and it's just fantastic. So I think more than likely we will see Zhang play knight c takes e4 as kind of the only move. Note that knight takes e4 runs into bishop d5 right away, and there is no intermezzo attacking the queen because white takes with check. So knight c takes e4 is probably the only move, and then the question is, what does Carissa play here?
Maybe bishop f6. And then knight c3. Sorry, I missed that. No, knight c3, knight
c3,
e5. That might be an interesting line. Knight e5, queen h1, king d2.
So wait, in which line?
Bishop f6, knight c3, then knight e5.
Oh
Okay,
my
I have
God.
no idea, but just the same like there's bishop f7 checkmate, but I guess
Oh my gosh, that is amazing. Just I got to show the line with knight takes e2, and then you see the everyone's favorite moment where the eval bar jumps up the board. Knight takes e2.
Yeah, I was calculating knight e4, then queen takes e4. So
Wow, crazy. But there's like, what is going on here? Rook takes h2 and
king c3. Well, at least you have the rook h3 check. At least. That's a perpetual check.
Like all exciting games, it might end in a draw. Oh no, wait, knight f3 check. Oh wow. Just block it.
I missed knight f3. Okay.
What a crazy move.
Yeah. Yeah. But
okay, but hold on. Where did this line? So it started here with knight c3, knight e5, queen h1, king d2. What? This is such a scary position. What a, I mean, and again, sometimes you can't always trust the eval bar at first here. Remember, it's designed to help keep sometimes the game in check. It spots blunders quickly, but sometimes the depth doesn't always pick up on a sacrifice or something that might take a minute. So I don't think it's a waste of time that we're looking at this, even though maybe black should be winning. Maybe there's some simple move here.
Yeah, I believe we definitely missed something, but agree that we're not here to study this position in depth. But just funny to suddenly see this one in 95. At first, I saw 96.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Winning.
I love that knight e4 can be met by queen e4. Again, bishop 7 checkmate. But maybe black has some like what is actually happening if you just take the bishop? Like what is the win? Because you can't move the knight. The queen gets taken.
Yeah, bishop f7, king d8. Okay, nothing. Black is winning. Conclusion.
Conclusion. Black is winning. Okay, well, it looks like she has taken e4 just before I put my foot in my mouth, as I normally do. Want to make sure I'm at the live position. Indeed, I am. So Zhang has actually taken. This is the live board, and Carissa is on the clock. So bishop takes f6 and knight takes e5. Crazy idea, but conclusion, black is winning.
So maybe I should try knight takes e4.
Knight takes e4, and is black just heading to the endgame? I mean, black is up what, two pawns here, or I guess just one pawn. It feels like
yeah, but f5 might lose in the future.
Yeah, so kind of feels like 2 pawns black is up. Okay, well, again, if you're just tuning in, checking in on this sharp situation, Zhang, as we said, lost the first game to the young American, and so black has to win this game. But that was our dialogue, is maybe this is a game that you're happy to have, just because it's going to be sharp.
Question here: bishop a4, b5, knight b5.
They've actually played that.
Yeah, I mean,
is there knight takes b5 here? I mean,
yeah. What happens if knight b5?
What is the move here?
King d8.
Yeah, maybe you have to play king d8.
Yeah, because 96, 96. So the moves are coming.
Knight takes d6. If queen takes d6, rook to d1.
Yeah, it's winning. What we missed? Maybe bishop d7 instead of king
Oh,
d8.
bishop d7. Okay, yeah, that actually makes sense. Because now if knight c3, probably you just take first. So
No, but knight c3, bishop c6, then takes on a8.
yeah, okay, yeah. So white wins material there. So if
So
knight to c3, you just have to move the queen.
d7 or
Yeah, and it takes, you're taking with the king. But okay, you can play this way, I guess, because you've won a bunch of pawns. So wow, all right. Well, okay, this is on the board. Knight takes b5 has been played, so Zagnizi is going to have to figure this out. We'll check in with one more here before we hop back over to the open section. Board 4 is Danielyan versus Sadukasova. The first game was drawn, so game 1 of round 3 between these two ladies was drawn. So neither player in a must-win situation.
yeah, this is like typical, let's say knight f3 d5 structure, right?
Yeah, that's what it
too
was.
early to say something. Yeah.
Yeah, with the bishop f5 line, e4 played. Yeah, white's a teeny bit better, but Sadukasova has got to solve this problem right now.
Yeah, c3, something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
In the camera, we have the game of Nakno versus Mangatua, right? We probably missed that one. That should be on board too.
Which one was that?
Nakno versus Mangatua. Board
Sorry,
2, I guess.
trying to find. I've got Kalishnikaya versus Galiamova.
White in a must-win situation, but yeah, I think White got some strategy, trying some unusual setups.
Yeah.
Hope for a real game, but we'll see what happens next.
Okay. All right. Well, lots of games still going. I don't think we've had any results in the books. So for those of you jumping on late, good for you. We still have a lot of chess ahead, and we're gonna pop back over to the open section real quick. We see right where we left off on the top board. Magnus Carlsen just plays bishop e7, and Arjan seems to have dealt with the worst set of tempi, and rather than Magnus playing knight d7, he decides to just settle on developing the bishop. Knight d7 was one of our ideas to bring the knight to c5 that we were looking at with a4. But now after bishop e7, Arjan's move, and how do you handle this? Do you go in for your English attack, and maybe you move the knight, try to offer a queen trade, another positional idea? You highlighted that earlier in the show, that knight a4 and c4 is a very common kind of positional way to squeeze the queen side on the white side of these Taimanovs, especially now that e4 is protected. But what are your thoughts on how Arjan should play this quickly before we find another one?
Well, I think it's unlikely to happen here because black is ready for d5. If you play knight a4, maybe he'll push immediately. So to make sure that you get the full control, not like allowing the breakthrough. It's possible, but I don't think it really suits the current situation where white needs a win. Because even if you enter into the end game, you play c4 successfully, it still looks equal. That black could even play some g5, then knight d7, then maintain the center.
Yeah, makes sense. We've actually had another couple moves played quickly already. We have actually it looks like the live position was updated here. We had a small relay error. So it looks like after a5, king b1, rook b8 was played first, and that was the move you and I were talking about. It was funny. We came back and that was a little odd. So it was the idea we were looking at, but rather than knight d7, queen to b4 was played. I kind of like the knight d7 idea, but like you said, white is in a tough spot because even if you get knight a4 and c4, while that is a grip, it's not exactly a position that Ariantari can play for a win. And remember, Magnus won game 1. So yeah. Okay. Where to go from here?
Maybe we'll check some games that we haven't seen so far.
There's a
Because
lot
there's
of
so
excellent
many
games we haven't
in
seen so
the
far,
open
right?
section. Yeah.
I just brought up the game here between Matlikov and Wojtaszek because I saw there was a rook on c7 and I thought it was hanging, and then I realized that white is currently up a rook, so no, that must have been traded.
Yeah, some
So probably
symmetric.
just took a rook there. Yeah, indeed. All right, so I spied the position. It was like, why is there a rook hanging on c7? But there we go. It's roughly equal. White having a small edge with this nice centered knight in the middle of the board.
But d4 is a weakness. So we'll see. White probably hoping for future f5, like bishop h3 or d3 f5, but black can simply play g6.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
I
simple,
think black should be okay.
which is just reasonable for both players. Again, we've been looking at a lot of games with must-win scenarios. This is one of the few in the open section we've checked on this morning where a draw just heads to tie breaks. Neither player won game 1. So Matlikov okay with the white pieces to maybe just squeeze a small edge. If he gets something, then great. If not, then they'll head to tie breaks. Not sure which of these two would be the better in the rapid time controls, but maybe we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll see.
Let's look at Daniil Dubov's game. Sorry. Haven't looked at him today. He did win his first game, so Malikov is in a must-win situation with the white pieces, and Dubov is on the clock after a5.
Knight c4, knight d5.
Daniil looks so young still. I feel like every time I see him, he still looks 12, and I mean that as a compliment. He just doesn't look like he's getting any older, and
That's an unexpected point to approach the game. I was expecting something related to chess, and suddenly then you said, okay, he looks so young. But yeah, when looking at the camera, yeah, agree.
he does. He kind of like his body language too is just sort of I don't know. He just looks young. Maybe it pays to be Magnus Carlsen's second. You get to tap into the fountain of youth and stay young forever. So
Wow. But he's like 20 something, right?
yeah, he is. I don't know his age off the top of my head, but he is not 12. I can confirm.
Okay, clear. Okay, after a5, it seems like maybe knight c4. Wait, after knight c4, I feel like black should be at least okay.
Yeah, unless so the whole point here is it looks like the dynamic is whether the b pawn is gonna fall. But the problem, like knight d5, if you play e4, well, now you're self-pinning your own knight, and then d4 is likely a target. So regardless of where this knight moves, even maybe like c7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So b5.
Yeah, I mean, black is able to trade and take. There's knight to b5, as you just said. So it's knight d5 kind of seems like a no-brainer unless Daniil is going to go for knight c4. But what other move could he be considering if not just knight d5?
Well, knight c4 also looks possible. Because if you go bishop b4, maybe I'll exchange on f3, then take on d4, trying to capture the b2, right. But it's a bit tricky.
Yeah, the only other idea is if you could take right away, but that, I don't know other candidate. It seems like knight d5 and knight c4 just makes sense. So
you pointed out a good thing. So how about bishop f3, then queen d4 here?
And you lose b6. You take a1 and win d2. I see. Okay, so I inadvertently pointed that out. But this would be fantastic for Dubov because it's an opposite code bishop ending where even if you don't win, you can't lose this position as black.
So maybe bishop f3, queen d4.
Yeah, maybe that's what he's thinking about.
Most straightforward way, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're being told by chat we should go. Oops, sorry about that. Opened up a new tab. That was an accident, and I want to go check out Prague's game because he is maybe moving toward a win from what chat has said, and with doing so, he would be punching his ticket into round 4. What a hot start for this young man, and he could be he doesn't even need to win for those keeping track. He already won game 1, so a draw is good enough to go to round 4, but Pragnananda wants the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, not like he wants to win because the whites refuted I guess perpetual check and trying to find for something, and already things went wrong because the draw or I mean lose doesn't really matters for crossing, right? So at least he's keep fighting, hoping for some chances because he got this H pawn. So but it's very hard how to represent for white.
We left this board, as you said, right here after white had taken on h8 and king d7, and the lines we were looking at were, as Yvonne was just saying, it was likely was just meant to be a draw, but the point is a draw is just as good as a loss. So instead, in this position, Krasenkov played bishop e2 and gives up the bishop with check and the pawn with check, and yeah, he gets himself a little bit of trouble. Apparently queen f4 was maybe no good. Knight to d5. It's not so simple. I mean, black has a lot of pressure, and I guess the b pawn is running, but what exactly is black's threat if white thinks he can, run the h pawn? What is the next move?
Well, I was even thinking some move like king b6, knight b4, bishop b7, knight d3, because as there's a pin on the right hand king.
I was thinking h4 is kind of dual purpose because it also prepares rook h3, which is a defensive.
Yeah. But maybe king b6, h4, knight b4 just on time.
Knight b4 right away, and you're threatening knight to c2 or bishop b7, actually, maybe. Or knight to d3 check. You're actually threatening all of them.
Though black is material down, but now I guess a knight would be more valuable compared to the rook on h1. So actually black is not in worry that he's down in material, but just play some normal moves and make use of the king and badly place the pieces of white's position.
Yeah. Well, as you can see in the live board, directly next to Yvonne and myself, that black has not moved yet. We're just looking at a line here, but yeah, I think king to b6, your suggestion makes the most sense. The only other thing is what I was first mentioning is, like, does black just calculate and try to push the b pawn? Because white can
maybe got h4. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, if you push b pawn, then you got h4, rook h3, like then your idea, and probably white could create some chaotic positions.
Yeah, some defensive. Okay, yeah, I agree. No, b4 seems slow. So king to b6, h4, knight to b4. Let's say rook h3. Do you play knight d3 check? Is that the idea? And I guess so. You're just winning, and I would have to sacrifice.
Then cd3.
And then, like, okay, if I push, you have knight c2, and it's just over.
Yeah.
So white is in trouble in all these lines, and Prague is looking like he's going to be heading into round 4. Someone who may not be headed into round 4 is Mamedyarov. Let's actually take a quick peek at that. He lost the first game to the young man from Armenia, Haik Martirosyan, currently playing in the Junior Speed Chess Championship. But okay, this position, this could be one of those sneaky positions where we don't think Mamedyarov has many winning chances for most of the game, but a patient approach for white. You know, white does have a long-term pool, and now even the a3 pawn might be a target there, like to some plans, right?
Yeah, maybe bishop d1. Yeah, you could even move the rook. Yeah, very good.
Okay.
Yeah, some chances.
All right. Well, I've been told by my producer it's either time to take a quick break or for me to start break dancing. And so I think for most of the fans, they would choose a break rather than a break dance. And so we're going to take a very quick breather. Don't go anywhere. We got about 10,000 of you with us on Twitch, 2,500 on YouTube, and a few people wondering where Mixer went. We'll be right back. And currently playing some maybe not as equally accurate chess, but equally as exciting are the members competing in Tournament Arc 2. We've got those very, very well known to the anime community going up against a whole bunch of people from the fighting game community. Part of the fun, bringing these non-traditional chess audiences to really enjoy the game, and the show there has been really awesome. So for those who want to tune in to an afternoon show, obviously this is very early for those on the West Coast with me. Make sure you check out Tournament Arc, running right now. We're 3 days in, so check it out. All right, speaking of checking out the games, we've got right now the game between Arjan Tari and Magnus Carlsen is maybe heading down that road we predicted. Knight A4 was played, Ifan, but I feel like that's getting closer. In fact, now the queens are off the board. He plays it before I can say it. It's getting closer to the end game where probably white just can't win this kind of position.
Yeah, G takes F6. I mean, it's unlikely to think that white will win here. Even, some people may prefer to play with black pieces as the pawn has mobility to develop. And for white, didn't see many developing ideas he could do apart from C4. Because if you want to go some knight maneuver, knight B2, knight C4 will face D5 immediately. So maybe you still need to play C4.
Right.
But
yeah,
then
no, and these positions are always instructive for players who don't play the Sicilian. Sometimes you look at this and think black just has to be worse, while the structural deficiencies are real. The bishop pair is just so strong long term for black, as you see these positions in all kinds of classical Sicilians, Scheveningen Sicilians. And if black can play for both F5 and D5, the position will eventually become dynamic, and the bishops will come to life. Particularly this dark square bishop over here that white lacks. So, all right, going to be a tough one, unfortunately, for the young Carissa Yip. I'm gonna go back over to the women's section because we left it in a really exciting moment after knight takes b5 had been played. Zagnidze did play bishop d7, Ifan, but Carissa responded with the move knight takes d6 instead of knight to c3, or even well, I guess knight c3 was the main move we were looking at. Instead, she played the move knight takes d6, and excuse me, trying to get back to that line here. She played the move knight takes d6 and has now gotten herself in trouble after queen takes d6, bishop takes, queen takes. It looks like white is just down a piece.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes white sacrifice is your king on b1, rook on d1, then you try to give pressure on both d and e open files, but now it's not the case yet. The white king is still in the middle of nowhere, so it's hard to expect that there will be any real attacks against black's king.
Well, she played bishop takes f6, which Zagnidze's on the clock is going to have to take with the knight, taking with the pawn, and white will win back the piece. So is there some outside chances here with knight takes e5? There's something Carissa has here.
Yeah, but maybe queen b5.
Yeah, queen to b5 is a great move.
Because otherwise if you go b7, she can do long castle, and if you go e7, the same thing. So
yeah, this is a good move because it offers the queen trade. So there may not be any. Knight c4 is a discovered check, but then the king can move, and doesn't seem like white's going to have enough. I mean, it's a practical game in the sense that there's always a chance to blunder when your king is in the middle of the board, but for players of this level, probably black is just going to convert the extra piece.
Yeah, the next few moves will be decisive. If black successfully move the king to the safer area, then the game is almost over. But
right,
I mean, now it's still like few moves away from that point, so we'll see.
Okay. Well, let's head back over to the open section. We just wanted to check on that because we had been diving into the tactics there. Okay, Tari has played the move g4, which makes a lot of sense, trying to keep the king side crippled. Your best chance at winning is a long-term positional grind if you're white. I want to head over to Esipenko's game, though. It was a game that was super spicy and exciting when it first meets the eye. We ended up diving in and seeing it was actually very much theory for a long time. Let's give everyone a quick recap, because all the way to this position here, on move 16, we were still in theory. Esipenko played the move h4, which was the first novelty on the board, and queen to b6 was played, trying to get c5 discovered check. Queen a3, c5 check, king g3, castles, and now the move rook to d1. You highlighted that, one of the things about this position is when you look at this, you see white's king in the center, but all the long-term features favor white, right? As long as white can solve the king, you've got the d7 pawn that's weak, you've got the d6 square that's weak, and that's kind of where the game heads, with white getting the rook on d1, starting to maybe favor white a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think in general it's very hard to play with black pieces.
Yeah, bishop e2 is played. Makes you wonder, can black somehow break open the position with d5 or anything to change the structure? But
yeah, but then you're not on time. If you can exchange and bring the knight to d4, yeah, you'll be comfortable, but not this position, because then exchange rook d1, maybe already knight d3 first. Yeah, or queen 3, just too many weakness before your pieces go into the right place.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So instead, rook to b8 played, poking at b2, rook d2 to respond. Here comes the knight to the d4 square, as you said. But then rook to d6, and after queen b4, what is going on here? Not so sure. I mean, I guess white is just going to be better in all these transitions because of the weak d7 pawn and the d6 square. So feels like Abdusa has just lost any chances, right? And in the sense that, what a weird line with the king to run here, but white has this this endgame in mind, and the king on g3 doesn't look so bad anymore with the queens coming off the board.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop d1, bishop e4, b4, and now king to f8, and I believe we have caught up with the live position.
Even b takes c, then knight b3, okay. Seems like white has multi options. Even b5, but b5 rook b6, that's not good.
Yeah.
Bishop a4, king e7.
Yeah, bishop a4, king to e7 guards the pawn. But okay, so
oh no, there's knight e2, sorry.
92. Okay. A morning for me. Late evening for you. Wake up call, right? Don't miss the fork. Rook to c3, and so what's the deal if black takes the pawn here? There's the knight falls. So taking once is fine, but now you'd have to deal with the knight, and taking is instantly regrettable. So yeah, it's just hard for black, and I guess that means this is a clear threat, right? Because taking undermines the protection of the knight, and black's only advantage is disappearing.
Mm-hmm.
Esipenko looking like he might be in a good spot to move on. I posed the question earlier: who will be the youngest competitor left at some point? You still have Pragdananda, who I believe is right there. Esipenko, one of the other very young participants, made a name for himself earlier this year, beating Magnus Carlsen and Tata Steel. Exciting to see how far these young players can go in events like this.
Yeah, definitely. So maybe we'll look at some
Yeah, any other games to shout out?
games we haven't looked so far, because I feel like there's still some games that we haven't checked yet.
For sure, for sure. And if you want to yell at anyone, we can. Etienne Bacro is playing the good doctor, as I like to call him, Bassem Amin. Neither player in a must-win scenario here. And the eval bar also reflecting what looks to be a virtual coin flip. Bishop versus knight battle. Shouts commence. Who do you like instinctively? You're not allowed to use your super grandmaster brain. Just when you first look at the board, who do you like, white or black? Like flashcard chess. We're gonna play flashcard chess. I'm gonna show you a position, and you just have to say who's better.
It's very hard. I mean, at first I thought
it's
black.
against your instincts to not use your analytical brain, but I instantly look at this and I kind of like white, just because I don't see any targets for black on the light squares. But then, of course, the light squares themselves might be a bit of a problem for the white king. But I feel like white can maneuver in a way that maybe black can't, but maybe I'm just wrong.
Yeah, at first I saw black probably because, you know, it got this fascinating long diagonals on
Yeah.
G2 and king on G1. But second, the scripts are like white because you got the knight on D4, all the dark square pawns. But maybe white is better because you got the chance to play F3. But after F3, bishop F3, because in the rook hand game, white's pawn would become weakness. So white needs to maintain his knight on D4.
Right.
Therefore, maybe this game will just ended in this kind of symmetrical ways, like nobody really changes the position.
Makes
have
sense.
no idea. White got rook e3, rook e1, but maybe you can just, you know, who's move now, by the way? Black, right? So
Yeah,
maybe black, no, bishop d5 or some move like that.
Yeah, it makes sense, because if you let white do the plan you're talking about, rook e3, rook e1, maybe then even like an h4 at some point, the king can come up. Your move f3 is on the agenda if the bishop is pinned. So like if white got rook e3, rook e1, then f3 is a threat in some positions because the bishop can't take it. I don't know. I feel like the long-term maneuvering edge would favor white, but like you said, as long as black maintains the diagonal, not really anything you can do. There's too many potential problems. So, all right, flashcard chess continues. We're gonna go to my boy, Jordan von Foreest. Just first instinct, who's better?
Oh, I just saw the position. Here. White?
Kasper Borian, Polish grandmaster versus Jordan von Foreest, and you like white, even though we've got the weak e3 pawn?
Yeah, because we got the bishop on d5, we got open c5 that potentially could go to rook c7. So I don't think white will be worse, but the question is he really better?
Okay. I like this flashcard chess. This is fun, flashcard chess. Okay, we're gonna go to one of the stars of the event so far, another young superstar from Uzbekistan, Sindarov, who sent Alireza Firouzja home earlier in the event, I guess last round. And of course, Alireza is a superstar with a huge fan base and all the online blitz and bullet streaming communities. Unfortunately, Mr. Firouzja is no longer dancing in Sochi. So if you didn't get that memo, Sindarov, who we're now looking at, is taking on Jorge Corey. And flashcard chess, who's better here?
White. This is clear.
Okay, this one's clear. Tell us why.
Oh well, let me think. Oh well, maybe I'm a bit wrong because I missed queen 3. Sorry, I didn't be concrete. But this is like white is a pawn down, but look at the pieces and the diagonals 8 to g8, d3, h7. This queen on d4 is also bad. Maybe white got queen e2 here in the meantime.
Oh wow, that's a move. There you go. That might be why white's better. In fact, the engine agrees with you. I was looking at the eval bar honestly, and I was like, why is white better here? Because black's up a pawn. But this is a very strong move, because how do you stop bishop c4 check? I mean,
yeah, if you go bishop e6, we got knight f6, right?
Oh, very nice. And then maybe you can take here and win the queen. Although
No,
that is
no,
a lot
maybe
of
not.
pieces you're
No,
giving
no,
here.
no. Yeah,
No?
I give two minor pieces. I thought I give only one. So maybe
Yeah.
not.
So maybe if queen e2, bishop e6, you don't need to sacrifice. You can actually just put the bishop to safety, and then you're threatening some things, maybe.
Yeah, bishop h4 could no queen 3 then.
Yeah, then the queen's good. So this is why when I first looked, I was like, why is white just better here? There must be some move in this position.
But just feels like there are different tries. But okay, let's be concrete. A funny move. How about bishop a6? Or maybe bishop b5 just to trap the queen.
Oh wow, bishop b5 actually takes a4. Like meaning this move actually literally, okay, that's the move. Computer agrees, because this is the queen is
Which move?
completely
b5? Okay.
That's a very nice move. Yeah, the bishop on b5 traps the queen because of a4. So takes, bishop takes, and this is actually kind of interesting, right? It's not, I mean, just saying, like, this isn't like over yet necessarily, even though white's better.
Yeah, not entirely, because you got knight c6 or c8.
Yeah, and you could even play bishop c4 first. And anyway, but obviously that's definitely better for white. So, okay. So it is Sindarov's play.
By the way, in the camera, we got the result on the board 17. Is it 17? Looks like it is.
Who is on board 17?
I have no idea.
A lot of
Both players are not.
I'm scrolling down to see if I see we got it. It's Fedoseev versus Gureyev. So Fedoseev, who won in game 1 of round 3 against Timur Gureyev, looks like gets a quick draw here. Quick, relatively speaking. We're about 2 hours into the round. So Fedoseev will be going on to round 4. Obviously, we're big fans of the Big Fish on Chess.com. The Big Fish 1995 is his username. I speak in usernames on Chess.com, so he's
Okay.
and he's a very underrated blitz and bullet player. Gave Nakamura a run for his money in the last Speed Chess Championship. So Fedoseev will be playing in round 4. Congratulations to the first person to punch their ticket.
Yeah,
While
agree.
we're down here, let's check. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I would just say that Fedoseev is a very good bullet player, because I just remember that we played a friendly match.
Yeah.
And his blitz is just like super fast, because we played both rapid and blitz. And luckily, I think I got some plus score in the rapid, but suddenly in blitz, he was just like crushing most of the games. I mean, so that shows his real strengths.
Yep. We're gonna check in on Nihal Sarin's game. I saw him in the background there somewhere. I feel like if you peered your eyes there, you could see the young man from India who has his work cut out for him. He lost the first game to Dmitry Andreikin. We now have the second game pulled up where, it's a rook ending where, to be honest, probably only white has very, very minor winning chances, just because of the slight advantage that is the 2-on-1 versus the 4-on-3. But I think it's more than likely that Nihal's World Cup run is going to come to an end here in round 3. Is that him in the background there? I think you can see Nihal Sarin there in the background.
I cannot see clearly, maybe. Yeah, this position I think will be drawn very soon.
Yeah, this is going to be a draw. So unfortunately for those Nihal fans, we know many on YouTube. We see you over there. I don't think that it's gonna continue for Mr. Sarin after this event. The battle between two players from India, we also looked at earlier, Vidit Gujrathi versus Adiban Bhaskaran. Back to this one here. Flashcard chess continues. Who's better, Ifan?
White.
White. Okay. And why is that?
Well, different color bishop, we know there might be potential attacking chances. It just feels like this bishop on d3 could be the hope of the game. But yeah, it depends on whether black is on time to push rook c1 and f5 e4. If it's not, then white goes on queen c2. You know, maybe white could be sorry. Oh wait, white is a pawn down. I just realized that. Well, maybe not that important, but or
It's one of those funny positions where if you could put the queen on f5 or something, white is like extremely better, right? Because the nature of these opposite code bishop battles are that whoever gets pressure on their color complex first is really in control over the initiative. But so the strategic factors in the position are not as relevant as the dynamic factors because the queen is not where she needs to be. If you could put the queen on h5 or g4 or f5, then you really like white's position, right? But you can't quite do that.
yeah, but it's still because white got time. If we can stop f5 e4, we can slowly maneuver because black's bishop is really badly placed. I think black will be fine if we do not have the d4 pawn because then bishop could go to d4. Probably that would be less problem, but now this bishop is inactive. So that's the reason why I said the first side maybe white is pretty happy to get this position.
I like it. I
But
love when the
sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I love when the flashcard chess disagrees with the computer engine because you really do like white, and I agree with you because dynamically black is up a pawn, but that material not really as relevant as where this could go on the light squares. So sorry, what were you gonna say?
No, I just said maybe black got some e4 d3 idea. Not sure if that would be real in this position, but I was just trying to activate this bishop on b6.
Yeah, it is black to play. So you said f5. Like I can't play this obviously because the trade and then you win the pawn. But
yeah, rook c1 first, I was trying to mention.
Yeah, like rook c1 takes and then f5, which just seems crazy. But here comes e4.
Yeah.
I was apparently wrong just quickly to say that well, I was correct that the first person to move on to the next round is indeed Vladimir Fedoseev, but there is another game in the books, and that is between Anish and Abdusa Turov. They drew quickly here in that French game that we looked at very early on in our coverage. If you missed it, so they will be playing tiebreaks. If you're tuning in, neither player was on the line in this round, so look for a tiebreak battle between Anish Giri and Abdusa Turov to take place tomorrow. That'll be interesting. Okay, another game we haven't looked at yet at all is Samuel Sevion, the American, versus the top player from Poland, Jan Christophe Duda. Taking a look at this one, neither player is fighting for their life necessarily, but it does look like Jan Christophe has an advantage.
Yeah, some typical let's say d4 nimzo endgame, right? Black got this c5 and double f pawn, but on the other hand, the white's a3 and b3 also weakened.
Yep.
With accurate play, black could survive here, but yeah, a bit careful.
So what are the pieces you want here? I mean, if the bishop trade is being offered, but I would think the bishop trade probably favors white just because it makes it easier to use this square and slowly maneuver, but maybe not if it brings the rook into a position where these pawns are being targeted. That's kind of black saying, okay, even if you want to trade the bishops, you have to improve my rook in the process.
Yeah, agree. I think to trade off the bishop is trying to give the a6 square for the rook, as we mentioned before. A3 and b3 pawn should be the target for black, trying to balance the position, right? Because then this d2 knight was kind of restricted here.
Right.
So that's the reason for bishop a6, because you do not need your bishop somewhere else. If on the b7, this diagonal, white simply can go f3, things like that, and this bishop will be doing nothing there. Right. So exchange shouldn't be, I mean, worse for black at least.
Okay. Well, like you said, with best play, Sam should be fine, and we likely will have tie breaks. Another battle we checked on earlier was Ivan Cheparinov defending that initiative against Peter Svidler, and it was fun because earlier in the day when we first started, the first people on camera were engaging in an awkward handshake. Here's a recap of that. Wait, let's go again. Let's do it again. Like, wait, what? Jip. Okay, that's going to be, you know how many times that has probably happened around the world in the last year? Like that exact moment. It's happened to me more than a few times where like you go to shake someone's hand or you want to pound it to avoid the germs. And then what do you think about that? No?
I never thought about this kind of question before.
Okay. Anyway, so that was a funny moment we caught on camera, and I would bet that awkward situation, the awkward post-pandemic handshake, as we'll call it. All right, but this position not so awkward, and given that they drew the first game, I think we might be headed to tie breaks. Peter Svidler won the pawn back, but now we're headed for an equal endgame, right?
Yeah, just drawish.
Yeah, the position we left it on was right here for those just tuning in. Knight to d5 was played. We were having all kinds of fun talking about checkmates on the diagonal, but black would have been able to defend. So instead, knight to d5 was played, and after the trades, white wins the pawn back, but doesn't have an initiative any longer. So okay, so many other games still going. We haven't looked at Alexei Shirov's game. We haven't looked at Sam Shanklin's game versus Arashenko, Karyakin and Gregorio Parin. A lot of games that we have not tuned into yet. Up ahead when we come back, and of course, we'll stay tuned to the top games we've been following from the start. So, Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Cup here with Women's World Champion Hou Yifan continues in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. weekend with the FIDE World Cup rolling. We will be rolling into PogChamps 4. That's right. Get hyped. It was announced. The dates will be August 29th through September 12th with our presenting sponsor, Coinbase. Ludwig will be back. Mr. Beast will be back. Some other brand new faces. It's going to be super pumped. I guess I just revealed a couple of the players, but we've got more on that coming soon. Of course, all your favorite commentators and coaches. It's going to be epic, PogChamp style. Mark your calendars. For now, let's get back into this one. We see that Magnus is not only defending just fine, but also maybe getting in a position that's going to be a slight edge right here pretty soon. G4 was played with where we left it. And then D5, as you kind of highlighted that if you don't play C4, D5 might be the response. And Magnus heard you. He agrees. And now with H5 and the huge trade, this feels like Black is the only one who can probably win with these weaknesses that are appearing in White's camp.
Yeah, Black got a good bishop on E7 that completely keep this knight on A4 out, doing nothing, right? And then we can attack the isolated pawns on E4 and G4, and also this pair of bishop just blocks the squares that the rook on D5 might entering in. So if Black doing nothing here, it will be a draw. And if Black is ambitious, he could hope for a little bit more than that.
Yep. Well, quickly to flash other positions, Daniil Dubov did draw his game when we left it. The trade, well, actually, let's see here. Is that where they actually just agreed to the draw? No. Okay, so we had queen takes D4, then E3 rather than taking B6. You and I had looked at the line with takes B6, but
wait,
E3
I
was
think
played.
there's something wrong. Knight still on F3.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, something was wrong. Bishop takes F3 was played before queen takes D4.
Yeah.
After A5, bishop takes F3 takes, and then the line we talked about with E3 and queen takes B2. Okay, so this one ended a draw. I'm going to quickly just kind of scroll through any of the other positions that we have going. We already said Anish Giri and Abdusa Turov. Fedoseev is moving on. We, as I said before we left, we haven't looked at Karyakin's game with Apari Grigorin, but no need to because it ended in a draw, and Karyakin is moving on to round 4. Where else are we at?
Players. We haven't checked.
We're looking at Sam Shanklin's game versus Arashenko.
Okay. White got an extra pawn. Bishop D3 here, but queen D7. Okay.
Yeah, this looks good for White, although Black is threatening to win the pawn back on D4, right? So
maybe Bishop D3. Because if you go queen D7, we might have Bishop E4 and trying to capture the pawn G5.
I see, because if takes and rook D6, just to show Ifan's line, queen takes G5 looks pretty good.
But I might miss the knight D4 instead of rook D6. Yeah, after knight D4, F4, knight D, or even knight D4 here, yeah.
Yeah, no, and the point is it takes, right? Okay. Well,
yeah, maybe bishop C4 here. Why should be somehow better? Oh, in the camera we saw, but
what happened over there? Which game is this one? We have liftoff.
I have no idea.
Looks like I cannot
recognize.
No, it's. I think that was Nihal Sarin, maybe.
Yeah, it's Nihal.
Nihal has drawn his game, and unfortunately, that means that one of the top players from India will be headed home. The young man lost his first game to Dmitry Andreikin, and so with that draw, Nihal Sarin is no longer dancing in Sochi. What does the red dot mean? Does that mean you're eliminated?
Red dot.
They put like a red dot on Nihal Sarin's name badge there.
No idea.
was interesting. I don't know.
In the camera, we saw, I think it's Christophe who's walking. Maybe we should check his game. We haven't.
Yeah, that's another game we haven't looked at. Good call. Going to take a look at Alexander Grishik's game. We will find
He
it
won
again.
First game, so I guess today wouldn't be a very hard day for him.
Yeah, he does have the black pieces, but because he won the first game, it's put Alan Pichot in a tough spot.
Yeah, it's still like early middle game, but both players spend a lot of time.
It's Grishik, so he's the punchline of time pressure, right?
But here, just one interesting move. How about? I mean, it wouldn't work, but how about G4?
Okay, so the red dot means they're not allowed back in the playing hole anymore, which is I'm curious, is that because Nihao was eliminated, or just is it something they do after every game just because they want to clear the players out? I think both would be reasonable, right?
Yeah.
So good to know there. Fun info, and thank you for that.
Yeah, by the way, this position got an interesting line. If G4, bishop D7, G5, bishop C6.
Oh yeah, that's a piece. Let's look at that. G4, bishop D7, G5. The bishop is trapped.
Yeah,
Bishop
maybe
is C6.
wouldn't work for white at all.
Yeah,
Well, we
takes.
have to be careful this bishop on F6.
Yeah, that's a good find though. G4, G5 is sort of tricky and hanging in the air, but yeah, would apparently be much worse for white than it is for black because of this knight problem on F3.
Yeah, still too early to expect the result of this game, but most likely Grishik will be fine.
Yeah, and Grishik is totally used to time pressure. How do you feel you handled time pressure? Is it something that you struggled with playing, or are you someone who made efforts to always be up on the clock?
No. I didn't make any special efforts on the time management. So I thought it mainly depends on the game situation, depends on the process. But in general, I mean, I'm definitely not as good as Chris Yoga who managed time pressure that well. But normally it is okay. I mean, just not like, for example, 10 moves. No, 10 minutes play for 20 or 30 moves. I guess that's not the case. Apart from that, this will be all right.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. And obviously, yeah, every game different, but we know that Grishik, who, yes, is a 3-time World Blitz champion, is almost seems to be inviting time pressure in a lot of his games. We see we've had Svidler and Shiparinov on camera more than a few times. We'll go ahead and flip back to the game, although, as we said, it seems like the most exciting moments of that particular battle happened just after the awkward handshake. But okay.
But they're playing an end game. Rook bishop.
Yeah, they're playing a rook ending. Likely headed to tie breaks are these two because they drew their first game.
In the camera we have another game finished.
That Esipenko. Let me go back to that. Esipenko wins. Yeah, and so we were talking about this one. Wow, what an impressive game for Esipenko, who will be moving on to round 4 with that result. Let's back up and see what happened, Ifan, because we left the position after B4, the knight being undermined. King to F8 was followed by rook to C3. And I guess black didn't know what to do. He played king E7 and allowed B takes C5. But we were saying here, like, what other moves are there? There's capturing didn't help. White would simply recapture, and then the knight is hanging. B takes C5, knight C6, and then the trade on E4, followed by gobbling up that E pawn and Abasov just had no answer.
Yeah.
A lot of pawns.
Yeah.
Oh, what a move, by the way. This move, bishop to c2.
Typical move to cut off the knight.
Great move, cutting off the rook's protection of the knight. The knight is not often you see a knight trapped on d2, an enemy knight trapped on d2. And was that it? The bishop c2, and he just resigned.
Yeah.
I guess the
No
threat
point
is.
to continue.
Sorry, what?
Just no point to continue. I mean, there are too many ways to win this game.
Yeah, I guess the threat is also c6 and rook takes a7, or rook takes a7 and then c6 as well. Just too many things happening. If knight to b1, I guess white just trades it, forget trapping it, and takes a7, and the game is just over.
Yeah, there's 3 extra pawns.
Yeah, too many. Well, this was an exciting one. Again, we first really joined it all the way back on king f3, but for those who are Taimanov players, this was all theory, and Esipenko knew exactly what he was doing with the novelty of h4, and went on to win a very, very clean game here in this round. A positional master class by Esipenko. As my buddy just texted me. Yeah, it's a great game. All right.
Yeah.
Well, where else do we want to go?
Check some games, check some new games we haven't seen so far, maybe from the top boards.
Okay.
So we checked Magnus, we checked Fabiano, we checked
We haven't checked Fabiano in a while.
Oh yeah, we have a look. Sure.
Yeah, let me search his game.
So I just realized the list that you saw is not like according to the ratings.
Yeah, there's a lot of games still going. It'll get easier to follow the World Cup as we get to the later rounds, but so we haven't looked at this game for some time. We left it in the opening, and still kind of unclear, but I probably am suffering from Fabiano bias-itis here, and just that I like White's position.
You like White's position, okay.
Fabiano bias-itis, I suffer from it. So.
Okay. But I mean, seems to me White is a little bit weird. I don't know why.
Kind of weird, yeah.
Yeah, this queen on h4, knight on g3. When you already got black's pawn g6, it seems like all your hope is against this d5 pawn.
So you're saying that with black's position kind of being ideal defensively, these knights are a little bit awkwardly placed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like I said, it's probably just Fabiano bias. But so the d5 pawn's a target. The b pawn is blockaded by the bishop on b3. But maybe there's just like a plan like bishop a6 to c4. Maybe black is doing totally fine here.
Yeah, bishop a6 seems like a good move because white is
something like this.
Yeah, because white is not. Wait, he played bishop a6. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like that. Full camera shot there. Jumabayev on the black side, known as Jumbo here on Chess.com, versus Fabiano. Probably will respond with rook f2. We haven't actually seen bishop a6 yet on the board, apparently.
Yeah, it is on the board.
Oh, there we go. So just small delay. We've had bishop a6 relayed, and now we see it.
Rook f2, bishop c4. Well, I really get a bit worried for white position. Yeah, maybe he'll be fine with some rook f2, bishop c4, rook b2. No idea. But Jumabayev is kind of downtime, right? I guess they still got another 10 or 15 moves to go.
Mm-hmm.
Only first time control. Okay, so maybe we should check some other games.
Okay. What other games to go to?
We haven't checked. We haven't checked Maxim's game.
Sorry, which game?
Wait, Maxim. I think it's in. Well, let's just find some games that we haven't seen so far.
Okay. Still a number of them. We've got Tomaszewski's game versus Idani.
This looks drawish.
Yeah, which doesn't necessarily do anything for that match. They both they drew their first game, so well, that's great.
Oh, we'll have an interview.
We're gonna have an interview with Sergei Karyakin.
Oh, that's
So there
wonderful.
you go. That was a little surprising there, but here we go. We're going to take a very quick break, and when we return, we will have an interview with the former World Championship challenger back in 2016, and still a top player from Russia. Sergei Karyakin joins us in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are now joined by Grandmaster Sergei Karyakin, who moves on to round 4 after defeating Grigory Oparin. Sergei, congratulations. And are you enjoying your time in Sochi so far?
Yes, it's a great place, and I love it very much. And I hope to stay here as long as possible.
You want to be there as long as possible. That makes sense. So, as a guy who's played in both World Championship matches and World Cup Championship events, which one do you enjoy more?
Well, I liked very much in Baku in World Cup 2015. It was great time and good results for me.
Do you want to take us through any of the critical moments of your match with Oparin?
Well, I think that today's game wasn't so much interesting. I managed to hold without anything special, but yesterday it was quite interesting game.
Yeah, I've got that game pulled up, and we can jump to a critical moment here. And
yeah, so I think that I surprised him in the opening. He didn't expect my move a5 after bishop b4, bishop d2. And okay, well, later on he sacrificed a pawn, and it was very important.
I see. So you don't think he was expecting your line with a5, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I think he didn't expect. And then later on, after he sacrificed a pawn, it was very important to play bishop a6. I actually had this move in my notes, but of course I didn't remember. But I was able to find it. And so after bishop a6, I think that black is fine. And later on, he played some inaccurate moves. I think e4 was already wrong, and I was much better already. Well, he should have played something else. Yeah, and I was much better already. A4, knight c5. I could even take on c5. Oh, okay, let it be a3. A3 was also fine, and then later. Knight a5, queen c7, yes, and I think that later on, just make it go. So
yeah, I'll keep going until you stop me.
Yes, and this was very important moment. Queen takes c5 was mistake. I spent a lot of time on bishop takes c6. It was right move, and so please move bishop takes c6. And queen takes d6 was the problem. No, queen takes d6, rook d6, e5, bishop g2, bishop takes g2, e6, and here it was very important to play bishop b7. Otherwise, he takes on a3. So bishop b7, rook c7, bishop d5 now. So it seems like I'm losing the tempo, but in fact, after rook a3, rook b8 now, I'm threatening mate in one, and for example, f3 and knight e8, again very important, and it should be winning for black slowly. It was very important to find it. I didn't manage to do it, and then after knight c6. This should be very drawish, of course, what I played in the game. Well, I felt like, okay, there might be some chances, but of course it's very small, and bishop takes c6. Then I tried my best, rook d4. It was later on I started to play very well, but of course he should not have lost this position. I'm not sure about rook c4 actually. I think that he lost some time here. He lost some time. He should have played something more active, even to give up the pawn at some point, but to activate the pieces and to try to exchange the knight for the bishop. And somehow he lost the time, and then g5, rook f3 was big losing of tempos. I think after rook f3, king g7, white is very close to be lost already. It's hard to believe, but somehow his pieces are very badly placed, and I think I didn't spoil anything later. So rook e1, rook b2, and it's just impossible for him to play. And my next move is h4.
Yeah, and his king is just in a mating net here, it seems, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So h4, and now I'm just simply winning. So just take on g3 and rook c1, what I played, and knight c3 is coming. King f3, rook c2.
Wow.
Rook c2, and it's important. It was important that bishop d1 loses to rook f2, king g4, f5.
Nice.
So yeah.
The knight. Okay. Nice.
Yeah, and then okay, so he played some rook d4, and after knight c3, I'm just winning in exchange, and it's simply winning.
Wow. Well, that was some high level analysis and a good breakdown, I guess, of the critical game that has you moving on. How are you feeling right now about your chances overall? Obviously, there's a lot of chess to be played, but are you feeling in good form right now?
Well, I'm happy that I won two matches. I don't want to think about my chances because I just want to go step by step. I want to play to show my best. Well, I think at some point I played well, and at some point I wasn't precise, but the opponent helped me a little bit, and it's also very important that when your opponent helps you, because without luck it's impossible to win. And okay, I'll try my best, and now I'm looking forward for the 2 rest days in a row.
Mm-hmm. What do you do with 2 rest days in a row?
I would clearly go to the mountains tomorrow with my wife, and after tomorrow we'll see. I don't know.
Ifan, obviously a lot of analysis here. Any other questions before we let Sergey go?
Maybe just a simple question like, whom you like to be your next opponent? Did you follow their games?
Well, my next opponent will be the winner of Gelfand Artemiev. So we'll see. Hard to say. They're both very, very strong, and let them play a match, and then I will see.
You just want them. You want them to play as many games as possible, right? You want them to go to Armageddon.
Yeah, Armageddon would be nice, but but in fact, they will be a rest day after tomorrow, so it doesn't matter so much.
Well, Ifan and I have been trying to get to some of the games we haven't looked at yet. So you mentioning that obviously you're taking on the winner of Gelfand Artemiev. I think that's going to be the match that we're going to head to next while you go enjoy your break. And while you're there on your rest day, if you need something to wear, you can go to Chess.com's merch store. In fact, I'll send you a free sweater. What do you want? Anything you want.
Oh, thank you.
we'll get you whatever you need.
Thanks.
That was just my cue to head over to the merch store because that's how we're gonna head to a break and let Sergey go. Sergey, thank you for being with us, and best of luck in round 4.
Yeah, good luck.
And as we said, everybody, Sergey is going to be enjoying his rest days, and Ifan and I are going to take a look at Gelfand and Artemiev's game because that's one that matters given the interview we just had here. So what's going on? We've likely got tie breaks right now. I mean, well, okay, Artemiev is a little better as black, but they drew their first game, and this looks like a very close position.
Yeah, looks like George almost close the position, right?
Yeah. Wojtaszek has finished his game. I see Radislav in the background there, and having drawn Matlikov, that means that they will also be headed to tie breaks. So good luck to both of those guys playing in tie breaks of round 3, Matlikov and Wojtaszek. But all right, let's go back to this Artemiev game because we haven't looked at it yet. What do you think?
By the way, in the camera, we saw that Fabiano sacrificed the rook on f1. Remember, we just talked about the position when black plays bishop a6, and Fabiano played move g5, and after bishop f1, thinking maybe he'll play rook f1 and trying to capture the pawn d5.
Okay, 1 second. We're gonna try to get caught up here. So after bishop a6, he did not play rook to f2. He played the move g5. 1 second. Okay. There we go. We've got a full camera of Fabiano there, catching up to the live game. All right, so yeah, let's go back to that. So bishop a6 was played, and he played the move g5. Wow. Bishop takes f1. Can he take f6 here? No, he just takes back.
Yeah. I guess he'll try to take the pawn d5. So the next move would be important for black, as I saw maybe there's a possibility to attack the pawn e3. But black could no, white could go rook e1 if black tries to move like queen e7 or queen e8. So that doesn't really change the game.
Mm-hmm. Wow, this is going to become a wild finish here. I mean, we were talking about the position being close to equal and suggesting, well, on bishop a6, looking at rook f2 and bishop c4, rook b2. But Fabiano is not interested in that, more interested in an all-in attack. I like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Don't know if it's going to work or not, but I like it. So how does this game finish here? What are your nerves doing to you, right? If you're Jumbayev, sorry.
Well, I felt like if black plays some normal moves like knight d7, now in knight d5, knight e4, things would become very tricky. But I didn't see anything better than that. Means any forcing lines to clarify the position. So probably, yeah, he went for 98, by the way.
Right, but now the d5 pawn will fall. That's where
knight b5, maybe rook b5. And if you go e4, then maybe he could try to sacrifice the rook back and play the move knight c7.
Okay, that's interesting. And the point is the bishop is kind of pinned to the d4 pawn. Right?
Uh-huh. Well, actually, maybe e4, you can even try knight e6. There's a double threat on d4 and g5, right? Instead of rook d5.
Right.
Yeah, before rook takes the knight, maybe.
Okay. Knight to e6. Yeah, that actually looks really strong.
Mm-hmm.
You'd love to have something with knight f6 check, but it just doesn't work. I mean, there's no follow-up to something like this. I mean, in addition to the fact that the d4 pawn is hanging, the rook guards everything, you're not even checkmating. So I mean, I'm skeptical that Fabiano's going to get enough compensation, which, again, in regards to their particular matchup, they drew their first game. So
it's critical. Yeah.
Critical. Yeah, this is a loss here for Fabiano, and he's headed home from Sochi.
Well, we don't know. But this game will become clear before move 40, before the first time control ends, looks like. So we'll keep an eye on this. Maybe we'll check some other games first and get back to this one because they still both have some time on the clock.
Yeah, and you make a good point that the move 40 is still 12 moves away. Jumabayev has only 13 minutes. So I guess it was a practical decision from Fabiano to try to justify this exchange sack. But this could be a wild finish that maybe sends one of the top players in the world home if he can't convert. So, all right, one other game to look at here before we take a break. Praggnanandhaa is still trying to convert against Michael Krasenkov, and what a wild position this is. I know we've looked at it already, but crazy. Look at the pawn on h7 for white, pawn on c2 for black. This is crazy, and he's only got 4 minutes, meaning Prague.
Enough, because I didn't see anything better than queen b2 check. It seems like they just went from queen a2, king b4, so maybe Prague would be happy for a perpetual check. He don't need anything more than that.
Yeah, and again, reminder when the match situation is all Prague needs is a draw here as black. So even though he could win it, there's also this threat of knight to c3, which, okay, if you come to e2, that's checkmate if nothing changed about the position. So you're saying this is likely enough because white probably has nothing better than this perpetual here.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, looking at the playing venue, seems like, all the row has finished. So today the games, maybe it's the second round, so many games were already done.
Yeah. Second round seems to happen that way too. I guess those who can take a draw because they're okay with tie breaks, some of them maybe do so. Others who had to win maybe got themselves in tough positions, and therefore the game was quick. One of the last games we haven't looked at, we'll just quickly flash to, is Alexei Shirov versus Nikita Vichugov. This is a wild one, also one where one of the players has to win, that being Shirov. It's winner go home for the Spaniard.
But seems like Shirov again got some good chances. Well, not that many, but Rook C7, 96. Well, if White could, make use of these active pieces, and also the Black's Queen on E6, he might get some good chances. But so far, didn't see any clear directions could convert the initiatives.
Yeah, and especially when you're in a must-win situation, you can't settle on small ways to convert. You got to look for something kind of concrete. What is that plan for Shirov right now? C7 is not hanging, right? Because if Rook takes C7, what does Black have? Is Black
Knight to D6?
Okay, Rook takes C7, Knight to D6.
Yeah, because otherwise Bishop C4.
Yeah, the threat is Bishop to C4, hitting F7 if you take here. Something like this would be, or actually you could even take G6 first, probably. Maybe. Okay, so Knight D6, and this is going to have a lot of chess left here. I mean, I think Shirov does have chances to win a game like this, right? And he has to.
Yeah, at least there will be some play, especially when both sides are down the clocks. So
yeah,
some good chances, we'll say.
Yeah, we're on move 27. So 13 moves to go until time control. And
in the camera we got we have Mamedov. Maybe we'll have a quick look on that end game.
Sure, let's do that. Look at Mamedov's game versus Martirosyan. Again, Mamedov, the highest rated player to have lost his first game in round 3. And we see Martirosyan seems confident there. Looking confident, but
not sure if this expression looks confident.
Maybe, yeah, I was going to say, but maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe he's looking off in a little bit of, Well, we were talking about this game, is like it didn't seem like anything special for Mamedov, right? But this A3 pawn proving to be a target, like we said, and White's going to be pushing for 2 results for the rest of the game here.
Yeah, but White also got the pawn E3 and H5, like 2 weakness. So Black got F5, A3. Oh. Okay, Mamedov played Rook D1.
Mamedov played Rook C1? No,
Rook D1.
Okay. Yeah, and the point is he can give up the H5 pawn check, because bishop takes would be met by C5, discovered check, and probably just winning on the spot, actually. So taking the pawn is off the table. And I guess Rook D1 also just
Rook D3, yeah, and King A3.
Yeah, because this A3 pawn isn't going anywhere. So sometimes you have to win on command, and it looks like Mamedov might be able to do that here.
Yeah, good chances.
Yeah. Well, another player who has to win on command is Jeffrey Zhang, who might actually be preparing to do so, Yifan. So I'm going to look at that game when we come back from a break. But we've reached our end with you. It's pretty late. It's pretty late there for you. So we're gonna let you check out. But this has been a lot of fun, right? Good times.
Yeah, definitely. I have enjoyed to follow the games and also then your great comments. So yeah, it's great experience.
Well, likewise, it's always a pleasure, and you're bringing the insights and the analysis that we can't get anywhere else. So thank you, Ifan. We know that you're going to be with us pretty much for the rest of the month, whether it's myself or Danya Naroditsky who will be back and others. So thank you so much, and we're going to be right back, everyone. Don't go anywhere. More FIDE World Cup with Grandmaster Ben Finegold joining me on the other half.
Okay, thank you then. Bye.
And I know many have been wondering, what am I going to do to celebrate this year's International Chess Day? Ben, I know what you're going to be doing. You're going to be playing in the 24-hour arena, right?
There's nothing in the world I'd ever like to do more. That's right, Danny.
and in fact, you'll probably be streaming the entire thing, all 24 hours, right?
You know, if my wife would let me, I probably would do something like that. I'm not allowed to stream 24 hours for, I guess, health reasons. I don't know.
I know. Health, right?
Something
health,
crazy.
Right?
Yeah.
But jokes aside, if you're looking for something to do, we're going to be doing all kinds of fun stuff on International Chess Day. But one of those things is the special 24-hour arena. That is July 20th. It's coming up. And anyway, International Chess Day. It's a thing we celebrate now almost as much as we celebrate every time Ben wears a pink shirt. Ben.
That's correct.
Welcome.
It's not exactly pink, but it's close enough.
It's salmon.
Yeah. I mean, everybody keeps calling me a fish, so I wore a salmon shirt.
It goes well with my blue. You and I don't know, this thing here. This looks good together, right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
it does. Right?
Not even kidding. Yeah.
It looks like we color coordinated. So, all right. Well, we got some games to jump into. Grandmaster Ben Finegold with us. For those of you who don't know him, well, I don't think any of you exist, but you should go check out his Twitch channel. But he and I are gonna be holding down the back half of this game 2 of round 3 of the FIDE World Cup. Thank you again, obviously, to Ho Ifan, who's been with me for the first 3 hours. And Ben, right before you joined, Ifan and I were on the edge of our seat with this. I don't know. Are we going to be looking back at it as a dubious sacrifice by Caruana? I have a feeling we might be.
You know, I think Fabi didn't like the normal line you guys were looking at. He probably figured he wasn't better there. And, you know, since his opponent has a little bit less time than him and it's really tricky. And also, I think in general, and I'm a big fan of the guy who has black. He plays wild and crazy, but I think he's more comfortable attacking than defending.
Okay.
It could be psychological, but yeah, if 2 engines are playing, it's slightly dubious. Yeah.
Right. Of course, the sacrifice we're talking about, for those who what Ben just referred to, is probably right. Maybe he wasn't a fan of this position. Bishop A6 was played by Jumabayev on move 26. Fabi neglected the idea or declined the idea of defending the passed B pawn in this fashion, and instead played G5, sacrificing the exchange, which is what's led us to this particular position we now have on the board. And you know, that's an interesting point, right? From a practical point of view, Jumabayev now has 9 moves to make in 6 minutes in a position he's probably not that happy with.
Yeah, I think he prefers to attack. And I think it's difficult to play black, but yeah, of course, that's more psychological than what, you know, like engines say. And you can't always go by what the engine says as far as the practical problems that are posed. And so somebody -1 in different positions could mean like easy play for black, or it's -1, but you got to play a lot of perfect moves, so it's difficult.
I'm with you. I've been justifying my blunders with that mentality
my
entire life.
Yeah.
So, you know, all right. No, I'm kidding. Let's look at it quickly. There's some other games as well, although I think as far as big name players in round 3 potentially fighting for their lives, we're going to have to keep a close eye on this for the next 20 minutes for sure. So let's just look quickly. So F4 is played. Let's say the queen just comes back to D8. Like,
is that Jeffrey? Who is that?
Oh, that is Jeff. Oh, wait. Yeah, let's head over there because.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat about 20 minutes ago said he was winning.
Yeah, but I never listened to chat. You know me. Oh, looks like chat was right.
Yeah.
Holy shenanigans.
That looks good for white. Yeah.
In a rare turn of events, Twitch chat was correct about something.
Yeah, that looks good for white. Definitely. That was a great game yesterday that they played. There was a lot of twists and turns.
And you know what else was even better about that game was the commentary by a couple of grandmasters I know named Naroditsky and Finegold. You guys were fantastic.
It was fun looking at that game.
Yeah, it was. I thought for a second there were some wild lines where knight to C7 was actually better than knight to G7 in the end. I'll just show that position real quick because it was actually you guys had me as a fan on the edge of my seat. Wow, there's so many moves in this game. So
Yeah, I
I'm
analyzed the game. I analyzed the end game on my stream yesterday, and there was
Oh,
some.
yeah?
The first critical point was when White sacrificed his knight on b3. Jeffrey blundered by taking it.
Really?
Yeah,
Right
knight
here.
c3 check is a draw.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's king takes is losing. It's just a blunder.
Wow.
Yeah, because then you force the white king, away, so your knight can go to d5.
Ah, yeah, you have to play check while your king
Yeah.
holds the d4 square.
Yeah.
Oh my
Also,
gosh.
that queen and 2 versus queen was a draw if Jeffrey had played queen e4 check instead of queen h5, which is a very strange move. But
What move number was that?
oh my God, it was when it was queen and 2 versus queen, and he played queen h7 check for the first time, so it's even later.
Okay.
Yeah, keep going. Yeah. Here. Yep. No, go back. Yeah. Go back. Oh, yeah, right here. Yeah, queen e4 check is a draw.
Wow.
It's table based, so he might have lost, but
Yeah.
it's a table based draw.
All right. Well, anyway, sorry for that. This is just me wanting to know that apparently we've got Svidler and Sheparinov on the board now. So
That looks like a draw.
lots of games finishing quickly as you and I are going down the rabbit hole of queen and pawn endings. So Sheparinov and Svidler draw their game, which means they are also headed to tie breaks.
Yeah.
I was just being a chess fan here, and like I said, watching Naroditsky and Finegold cover this yesterday. Yeah, okay. So the point is, it was a crazy, interesting game. Looks like Jeffrey had his chances to draw that he missed, but ultimately, when he needs to win to get it done, as I bring up the game here, Jeffrey gets a win with the white pieces today against Niels Grandilius.
I unfortunately I played Jeffrey about 3 weeks ago in the World Open, and I was like, this guy's going to do good in the World Cup. he's just too good.
Yeah. Fortunately for me, the last time I played Jeffrey, he was 14 years old.
He was good when he was 14,
and I got the win.
Nice.
But I have not played Jeffrey since he became the super grandmaster that he is today. So sorry you had to experience that, Ben. I'm with you, buddy. But okay, he gets credit because Ifan and I were talking about this position, Ben, as one that while white is up a pawn from the start of this theoretical Grunfeld, it's a very hard position for white to win.
Right.
So I just want to quickly go through, because Ifan and I didn't really look at it past the opening here and just see what happened. Where did the blunder happen by Grandilius, or where did Jeffrey come up with a great idea? Looks like maybe bishop takes c3 was...
Yeah, because that pawn doesn't matter very much.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He missed this idea of bishop e5. Oh my gosh, what a crazy...
Yeah, because it looks like Jeffrey blundered with queen e3 because bishop d4 is going to g1.
Right.
So Grandilius should have been suspicious. Like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Jeffrey's not blundering that. What am I missing?
Well, I wonder if he already missed it here, because queen f2, it's really easy to take for granted. That
right, he's thinking he's going to take on a7. Yeah.
Exactly. It almost feels like queen f2 is like a draw offer, and he's like, okay, c3 for a7. Playing queen f2 with the idea of queen e3 is already super sneaky.
Yeah, no, bishop e5, that's almost too hard for your puzzle rush and puzzle battle. That's tough.
No, I think this might already be winning. If I suspect, Ben, I think this was actually the blunder he missed, was queen e3, because even though maybe he didn't see bishop e5, I don't think he has a choice here. I think he's already busted.
Yeah, this isn't good for black.
Wow.
Yeah.
What an awesome finish there. And Jeffrey Zhang forces tie breaks, winning on command against Niels Grandilius. So all right.
Man,
well,
that ended quick. It was like equal or slightly better for white, then black resigned. It's like 3 moves.
We're moving into the back half here. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? Hoey Fawn left, and now Grandmaster Ben Finegold and I will have the call for the rest of the day. Still a lot of games going here. But if you're not happy with whichever one we're covering, you can go to chess.com/events and find the one you want to look at. Let us know in chat. I apologize to Twitch chat for the jokes about rarely being right about things, but come on, let's self-reflect. It's most of the time true. But you were right. Zhang was winning. I should have went to that game. My bad. All right. what about Magnus Carlsen's game with Argentari, Ben? It's likely a foregone conclusion here, but just checking on it quickly because he is Magnus Carlsen, just to make sure nothing crazy is happening.
The chat opined again about 20 minutes ago. They said Magnus was up 4, and now he's up 0.5. Then they said he was winning again. Obviously, they're just using the engines, but this doesn't look like a good position for White if he has to win. This looks terrible.
Well, I think even if Magnus was up 4, everybody, which I'm not going to back up and look at this one because there are some other more interesting games to go to. I think to Ben's point, White can't win this position likely, right? And remember, Argentari has to win this position or Magnus moves on. So,
yeah, with that bishop on c3, that's not good for White.
Yeah, that's
not
less
good.
than ideal.
Yeah, bishop on f3 is no good either. It's black pieces are just better than White's.
Yeah. Well, so many games to look at. One that we haven't jumped to for a while, and again, keep an eye on the FIDE game if you would, chat, and let us know if you think we should head back there, because that is a big one. But I kind of wanted to go back and look at the Pragnananda game and make sure that Prague is holding on against Krasenkov. Did he finish? No, he is not.
I like Prague's position.
No, oh my gosh! But wait, what's going on? The engine says White's winning. What is going on? This has been a foregone conclusion. Ifan and I have just been following this like, okay, it's over. White has to settle on the draw. But of course we should know Krasenkov is not going to do that because a draw.
Right, he can't do that, right.
It's just so he plays rook e1, and Pragnananda has just blundered with knight f4. But what's the move? Why is it winning for White?
I mean, I don't like knight f4 because I'm not sure what black does against rook e4 or rook e3. And with the knight on d5, he can't play rook e3.
I think the idea is, I think if rook e4, you might have c1 check.
Oh, you can queen there. No, it's check. You can't. It's check.
Oh, it's check. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I was looking at the discovery. Okay, yeah.
Everything's check. Knight e2, bishop e2 check. It's just check everywhere.
Oh my gosh.
If I play rook e4 and you play c5, I can take on c2.
Oh wow, that's a fun point.
I don't know what black does here. What's going on?
Knight f4. Oh my gosh, this is.
I mean, he doesn't have a lot of time on his clock, but yeah.
He does have a lot of time, but this is shocking because it's been a game that Prague has been in control the whole time. But we did have one sort of foreshadowing thought. The one issue was his time pressure, and we were pointing that out, that he was getting himself low on the clock. Oh, Krasenkov has played h8 queen. What is the idea?
He's getting the queen away, so there's no tricks at all for black.
And now rook e4 is just winning.
Yeah. Yeah, with the queen on h6, there's some tricks. But yeah, now there's the queen on h8 is no good.
That's a super accurate, kind of engine-like find. h8 queen.
Yeah, that just distracts the queen, and all the knights are hanging, and the c2 pawn's hanging. Everything's hanging.
But this is a shocking result here, everyone. If Pragnananda does not take this game and heads to tie breaks, that could be a huge psychological blow because he was in complete control over this game.
Yeah, I like black's position a lot. Yeah.
And has just blundered it away. We see the young man on camera there. I think he knows he's in big trouble.
Yeah, Krasenkov looks super confident. Wow, what a turnaround in one move. That's what happens in those positions. Yep. The game changes on a dime. It's just super complicated, and one bad move ruins it for either player.
And Krasenkov has taken the confident stroll, right? Mm-hmm. The confident, I think I'm suddenly winning in a game I had no business winning stroll.
Yeah.
Man, that feels good.
Man, Pragnananda is not happy.
He is not happy. That is a frustrated young man, and that is a heartbreaker for the fans in India. Because, I mean, how do you handle that, Ben? Psychologically, it's not even just that you're probably going to lose this game, but you had it in hand, right? And now you've got to regather your emotions and fight for your life in tie breaks.
Yeah, still, if I have to pick somebody in tie breaks, I'm picking Prague.
Agreed. He's
pick the person who's 40 years younger, more than 40 years.
Come on, Ben. Don't do yourself like that. You're better in blitz than most 20-year-olds.
I'm gonna pick Prague over me too, and then some.
If
there's
it
rook
makes you feel
e4.
better, I would also take Prague over you.
That's right.
Okay. All right. We need to go back to the Jumabayev game versus Fabiano Caruana because we also have some action there. But wow, crazy results coming in. We see, if you're just tuning in, we've seen Jeffrey Zhang win to force tie breaks.
Yeah.
We've seen Pragnananda blow an advantage, and Jumabayev is suddenly down a queen. Okay, what happened here? We left it on F4.
Yeah, that position changed a lot.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna refresh the
Okay.
the board here.
I'm refreshed.
Are you just refresher here?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, now I'm refreshed. Perfect.
Okay, well, we've got the players fully on camera. And let's see here. So F4 was played. Back to the analysis. F4 was played, and Jumabayev plays Queen D8, F5. So it's kind of what you said, Ben. You kind of said that objectively, regardless of Black's advantage, Jumabayev might not be comfortable defending, and he makes a big mistake with Knight F6. Because after the trade on G6, he has to sacrifice his queen.
Right. Yeah. I wonder if he saw that.
Yeah. The reason everybody is Rook takes fails to Queen A8, and we have.
Yeah. Now I know he didn't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he would have thought Rook takes and missed Queen A8. That's reasonable because Queen E8 is stopped. Queen A8 is hard to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when all your focus is on the other side of the board.
Right. Yeah, I think he just missed it. Yeah.
You only have a minute. Look at the clock, right? 49 seconds. So he has to give up his queen, and Fabiano's gamble might be paying off. This definitely looks easier for White to play with the queen and the passed D pawn, but it's not over yet, right? Because here's the thing, right? If somehow the D is traded for B and all we're doing is focusing on one side of the board, the rooks are totally fine here against the queen.
Yeah, and also if Black can keep his B pawn, he can. But I think it's too much to ask. I think there's excellent drawing chances for Black, but I don't think Fabi's in trouble like he may have been. I think Fabi's happy now.
Agreed. And
he's not in a must-win situation. They drew the first game. So
right. No,
he's pressing.
Fair point. And we still have not reached time control. So 3 more moves have to be played for Jumabayev. So he's not out of the woods yet with only 49 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, maybe it's a draw with correct play, but I definitely want to have White. 2 passed pawns is 2 passed pawns.
2 passed pawns is 2 passed pawns.
Yeah.
Can we add that to the Finegold isms?
I half stole that from Fedorowicz. So
okay.
I'm tweaking what Fedorowicz said.
Okay, well, as you said, this is no longer the drama it was, because while Fabi might be playing for 2 results, the point is, if it happens to be that peaceful result, then neither player is going home. So let's go look at the game that I saw chat mentioned just a moment ago. Head over to Sindarov's game. Again, for those who didn't get the memo, the young man from Uzbekistan sent Alireza Firouzja home in the last round, and now looks to be winning against Jorge Corey. So this guy, Sindarov, right? Circle that name as yet another maybe potential future world championship challenger.
I had a very similar ending against Sam Shankland in the 2007 or 8 US championship in Tulsa.
Yeah.
It was 2 against 2 on the king's side. I had a pass pawn on the queen's side, and his rook and knight were blocking it. And the way I won was I kept moving my king to different sides of the board until his defenses broke down. Although here Black has an A pawn, but I don't see how that matters. So it doesn't seem like it does anything. So it should be winning for White, but this may take a while if Black gets a blockade.
Right.
It might not be easy.
Yeah, especially if you can find a way for both the knight and rook to blockade 1 square. The way that normally works is like a knight on E6.
Yep.
And then the rook, the point, everybody, is sort of free. It doesn't have to be on C7 to be blockading C7. And because White's pawns aren't healthy, meaning they're not together, that also could pose some limitations, right? But I mean, for sure, objectively, white should be winning, right? Like the pawn.
Yeah, but it's not easy. Yeah, so it's going to be a long game.
Yeah. But I like your advice there, sort of balancing both sides of the board, like whether it's the king or like the queen will often sit on squares where it can kind of do two things at once, poke at the open king and help the c pawn advance. And then you eventually just pull a Georgian grandmaster, meaning you never actually found a concrete win. You just posed enough problems and your opponent beats themselves.
Yeah.
Right. That's the Georgian grandmaster special, I call it.
I'm from Georgia, so perfect.
What? You are from Georgia now.
I live in Georgia. Yeah.
That not the Georgia I was talking about, but
I'm from Georgia.
Although Rook E5, that was interesting, right? Because now he wants to do the same idea I said, Ben, but maybe with the C5 square. And the reason I like that is that actually prevents the king's progress, right? Because it holds the 5th rank in some way. So still objectively, probably white is fine, but that's an interesting one.
Yeah, this game is not a foregone conclusion at all.
Okay.
Either result's possible. Yeah.
Okay. Where to now? Remember, everybody, you can choose your own adventure. We got 3,000 of you on YouTube, 12,000 of you on Twitch, and many others across the interwebs, maybe watching this on replay. So if you're watching this in the future, hello, future. We're from the past.
That's correct. Especially me.
Let's go to Grishik's game. Because Grishik and Pichot are under mutual time pressure. I feel like these two guys probably just agreed before the game started to get under time pressure together.
Right. And Grishik won the first game, right?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I saw a tweet that Grishik is beating all the Argentinian players.
Yeah.
Might have been from you guys.
I don't know. No one even knows who runs our Twitter account anymore, to be honest.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Don't ask, don't tell.
Like someone was like looking for the password the other day and we're like, I think we gave it to the intern and no one's been logged in for months. So, all right, let's talk about Grishik's game before we head over to Jan Christophe Duda. I see some of the chat wanting to check out Sevion versus JKD.
America.
But all right, Ben, Grishik is in all he needs is a draw situation.
Right. He's got to be happy. It looks pretty equal.
Yeah, this looks fine.
Yeah, I'm sure Grishik's happy with this position. Got to pass D pawn. His rook's on the open file. His knight's on B4. Looks fine.
Yeah.
And for Grishik, he has a lot of time. More than a minute.
He's got more than a minute to play 6 moves.
I mean, that's an eternity. He's probably taking a nap.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like Pichot's only chance is if Grishik blunders before the time control hits, because this just looks equal.
Yeah. Yeah. And with
Grishik's one of the big favorites this tournament because he's so good at everything.
Yeah.
Slow chess, blitz, rapid.
Yeah, it is one of those things where you look at the maybe not inevitable, but the likely possibility of tie breaks in so many matches that guys like Grishik really bring a lot of prowess. So, okay, I see a lot of chat requesting for all kinds of games. We know you want Vidic's game. I see people requesting Korobov's game, Jan Christophe Duda. So again, this is not avoiding making everyone happy, but the reality is you can check out all the games at chess.com/events, and we will do our best to keep up. So let's go to Jan Christophe's game. Neither player has anything real on the line, and so I don't think we're going to spend too much time here because most likely this will be a draw and we'll have tie breaks between these two.
That's the most likely, but it looks like Duda's pressing a little bit.
So how do you give us the Ben Finegold rook ending experience?
Right. Well, sometimes king and pawn endings you're drawn and sometimes they're lost. And black has to be careful in the king and pawn endings that white doesn't scooch up to h5, h6, which looks like another famous ending. I guess that was Rubinstein.
Yeah.
I think that, yeah. And it looks like that's going to be okay for black because I think black very quickly could just win the a pawn.
Yeah.
So I don't think white can do that. Now, what he did do is he's sacrificed his a pawn because he wants to play rook h5, rook h7, getting a past h pawn and attacking f7.
Yeah, and And that could be a rook ending that is actually kind of hard to hold, as much as it first seems like, okay, eye for an eye a trade. This is such a healthier pass pawn for white, and likely this rook will find a way to get behind and get access to maybe f7 in the process.
Yeah, but even if you don't take the f pawn, you can play like h6, rook h8, and black's king can't get over there.
Right.
So that's not good. It's just better for white.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Sam's going to have good defensive technique to hold this. This is just advantageous to white.
I was going to say, is it that strong that maybe you have to play e5? And then, even though I was laughing when you made the joke that some king and pawn endings are drawn and some are lost, maybe you were serious. I think it's actually really instructive, because basically what you're saying is, if this side of the board is simplified, then all of a sudden this sort of structure becomes much more of a problem. And it can't.
Yeah, that's not as good as with the pawn on e6. Yeah.
So if this is a real problem, and we see Sevion have to play e5 here, maybe Duda has more chances than I first gave.
Yeah, and the judgment comes in because you can't calculate with 2 minutes on your clock. You just calculate a little bit, and then you guess, like rook a4, e5.
Right.
And you got to decide, they both have their issues. So
right.
It's not easy. It's never easy.
For sure.
So yeah, I don't know what he should do. I don't really like either line for black. And probably perfect play, it's a draw, but it's hard to play perfectly in time trouble, and you have some decisions to make.
Well, speaking of time trouble, we're going to have a lot of games entering it. So we're going to take our last very, very quick break before we bring all of these games to their conclusion. So don't go anywhere. Grandmaster Ben Finegold with us now, and we will be right back with more. It's the second set of games for round 3, the 2021 FIDE World Cup. More action in just a moment. And for all those, of course, wishing they had Grandmaster Danya Naroditsky back, we've got a reminder that the Blitzcoin Invitational is coming up on October 27th, an event that Danya is going to be starring in, sponsored by the Charlotte Chess Center. We're super excited about it. It's going to be featuring 16 of the young elite American players under the age of 25. Their prize, just as you can see, is a Bitcoin. They are splitting the value of a Bitcoin. So let's hope that that thing continues to go up and that Elon Musk keeps his mouth shut. Wait, did I just say that? But anyway, for those who's wishing Danya's back, but he's not, guess who's back? Back with Ben.
Back with Ben. The
Danny's
other
back.
Daniel. Yeah.
Danny's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Well, we're back to
Yeah,
Magnus, who's, by the way, just holding on here. This is kind of a foregone conclusion. He's going to draw this game, and so we're going to be focused on some others. He'll be moving on.
Yeah, this is a very bad position for White in a must-win situation.
Right.
You just never win. You
I
could
want to
lose,
go back to
but you can't win.
I'm gonna go back to Jumabayev's game versus Fabiano Caruana, just real quick to check on it. By the way, I guess we should just let's just show the result. Praggnanandhaa did go on to lose that game with Krasenkov. What an absolute heartbreaker, and well-timed there by my producer, who just brings it up on cue. I literally saw the result hit our relay here at the chess.com/events page. And again, it all started with just the terrible blunder. I mean, everything was going well for Prague. This position here, well, a lot of them were winning, but we'll just get to one that it seemed over. Krasenkov plays rook e1, and queen takes h7 was actually probably just the simplest win, Ben. Just take the pawn. That was the easiest win, but Prague blunders with knight f4, and just like that, you see the evil eval bar slide up the board. And Krasenkov h8 queen and rook e4, and the game is over. And
your knights are forked. Yeah.
Huge heartbreak.
Yeah.
So Prague will now have to play tie breaks the next day. Okay.
Yeah, I think he's still the favorite, but that's unpleasant. Gotta shake that off.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, what would you have a lot of students, right? And you're pretty good at what you do. So advice you give to Prague, give us your 30-second pep talk, the clean version. The clean version, man, that'd be like 1 second. Yeah, you just tell them the match is 1-1. It's time for a new match. It's advantageous to you. You're the better player. You're higher rated. You're younger. Your opponent's exhausted, and that's the way chess is. Now you get to beat him again. Right.
And you just have to forget about it, and new chess starts.
Right.
That's what happens. These things happen all the time in the knockouts. Somebody blunders and it's time for playoffs. So.
It's always funny. All good pieces of advice come back to Ted Lasso. You just got to be a goldfish, have a short memory.
Yeah.
That's it. Just got to have a short memory and everything will be fine. Speaking of having a short memory, Mamedyarov doesn't remember that he lost game 1, Ben, and he might also be about to win and send this thing to tie breaks.
I mean, yeah, big advantage to White, obviously. Better king, better rook, better ingredients. Papa Mamedyarov. I mean,
oh man.
No, this isn't good for Black. Black has counterplay if he can play rook e3 and rook e2, but I mean, his king is in a little trouble. The c pawn's going to be passed. It's hard for Black's pawns to get going, even if he wins some pawns. But if he takes the b pawn, that c pawn's pretty quick. So big advantage to Mamedyarov, and this is his chance to tie the match. And he knows it. He knows his position's pretty good.
We had a great view there too of capturing Mamedyarov's face, but through those two kings. Whoever was doing the camera work there, fantastic. Yeah,
he looks really focused. Yeah, that was nice. I try to get my students to look that focused, but I guess trying is the first step to failure.
Trying is lying, as one of my abusive aunts used to say.
Oh, okay, that's good. Only one of your abusive aunts, not the other one.
Yeah. Trying is lying. If you were told, hey, you got to try something, you say I'm trying, and then she would say trying is lying, and it never made
Well,
sense.
when you have ants like that, you got to get an exterminator. Yeah, that's the problem.
Exactly.
We have ants.
Oh man. All right, back to the chess, away from my dysfunctional family. Okay, so Mamedyarov is playing like a goldfish, has no memory of his loss, and maybe sends this thing to tiebreakers. What else do we have?
No, but this is one of the advantages the older player has. We have to have some advantages, and that is we've lost before. These things happen, and the younger players a lot of time haven't experienced this heartbreak where everything is going great, you're about to win, and then everything goes wrong. That's happened throughout your career, but if you're 14 years old, it hasn't happened a lot. So, he's like, yeah, I lost. All right, time to win. That's, I'm white. I'm the higher rated player. I should win with white. So he's not as perturbed as maybe Praggnanandhaa is now for losing a winning or better position, but he'll get over it.
No, totally fair. And it's obviously not just kind of like, general statements into the air. I think it's super critical in an event like this, where like it's a long event, keeping yourself in the right frame of mind is half the battle. And these guys with experience, know how to not kick themselves when they make mistakes and just move on to the next game. Speaking of moving on, let's check back in with the games at the top of the women's section. We haven't actually been over there in a while. Unfortunately for Carissa Yip, it doesn't look like she rebounded from the opening blunder where Hoi Fan and I left her. It was a wild opening, Ben, but ultimately Carissa looks like she sacrificed a piece and it wasn't good. And so, and now I think she's about to go down to Zagnidze here.
Yeah, in fact, looking at the engine evaluation bar, I'm surprised Black's not doing even better.
Yeah, I'm like, how do you deal with Queen F2? Why is this only?
Yeah, I mean, Queen F2 wins, Queen H2 wins, but just
there must be an only move here for white we're not seeing. It's probably like a move like Rook G2, where no human even looks at that move because you just know you're going into the lost ending. But that's probably the only move.
Well, yeah, you can't allow Queen F2 or Queen H2. So,
right. But if the reason it's only so winning is because of that, right? Because now, even though this is an easy win for Black, I mean, simplest might even be like just rook up and you're up 2 pawns in a rook ending. It's still going to take a little bit of technique. That's all.
Yeah. So it looks like it'll go into tie breaks.
Yep.
Which isn't necessarily in favor of anyone, because obviously Chris is going to be great at rapid and blitz. Always bet on the younger player. But yeah, that's unfortunate because she won a nice game with Black yesterday.
Yeah.
Is she the only American woman left? That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure.
I actually don't know. I didn't have my fact check ready for that, so maybe we'll ask the stats.
Yeah, I thought there were 4 men and 1 woman, but maybe I miscounted both sections. I wasn't counting. I was just thinking of who was playing.
Yeah.
The American men didn't do well yesterday.
Yeah, it was not a good day. Let's look at the top of the section. Garachkina is in a commanding spot, given that she won the first game, and this looks to be pretty close to equal. I'm not sure how Badelka holds on to winning chances when she's down a pawn in the endgame.
Yeah, this isn't a good must win.
Plus, this is a forking problem on C5. Oh, she fixes the forking problem, but still.
Yeah, in fact, I mean, you could even play knight C5 and knight E4 if you want. I don't see why that's necessary, but you could. And you're already a pawn up, and pawns are all on the same side. But yeah, I mean, if I was in a must win for Black, I'd be pretty happy here because there's winning chances. Must win for white, not as happy.
Right. All right. So Garachkina looks to be in control. Taking a look at Stefanova's game versus Poganina. Ooh, something has not gone well here for Natalia.
No, White's up in exchange. White's queen's on D8. The bishops are bearing down on Black's king. The pawns are coming. Yeah, this is tough for Black. Do you know what happened in their first game?
In the first game, it was a draw. So neither player was in must-win territory, but it looks like Stefanova might deliver regardless. Yeah, G5 and G6 is a real problem.
Yeah, this is terrible. Yeah, this looks like a Sicilian gone wrong for black.
It actually wasn't. It was funny because I was saying that it had the potential to be like a dragon Sicilian, but the opening was a weird. I mean, the ECO says the Falkbeer variation of some Vienna game, and who gives a bleep, right? The point is kind of a weird line. But
yeah, I think they just transposed into the center game.
Yeah. Well, and Ifan and I were saying after H3, maybe B5 was the move. We actually looked. This was the last time we looked at this position, and we had analyzed B5 takes and Bishop D7 as like a practical try for black. But Natalia took the more solid approach. But now that means that white kind of gets ahead in the race a little bit with G4. Okay, wait, she did go for the B5 idea later.
Eventually, yeah.
But Stefanova just played in the center with the extra pawn. I like that.
Yeah, this is just bad for
yeah,
black.
this just looks straightforward for white. As Yasser would say, white has the pawns and the compensation.
Yeah. Yeah, this is just terrible. Yeah, the whole game was just no fun for black.
Yeah. Owie.
That's a nice trick, knight f6. Take it, queen f6 mates,
Yeah. I'll just show it again, knight f6 check. Can't take, boomtown. So, okay. Well, it does look like, it does look like Stefanova is going to convert. So let's check in quickly with any other games still going of relevance here. Kalishnikskaya is actually doing well. And because she also won the first game, I think we can pretty much punch Alina's ticket into the next round.
Right. This is just, white has zero chance to do anything. Right.
Yep. And
too
one
many
other game we
pawns.
didn't look at real quick, we will. Elizabeth Potts is someone who's created some content for our German chess community here on Chess.com. They drew the first game, but she looks to be in a really great spot here. It's obstacle bishops, but she's got good winning chances.
Yeah, with the rooks on the board and the passed a pawn.
Yeah.
The king side solid. It should just be a win.
Yeah.
Yeah, she should win this.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm being told we have another interview potentially coming. And we know that as much as they love your pink shirt, Ben, I think they love hearing from the players on site even more.
Possibly.
So we have to give the people what they want. Take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. When we return, more Game 2, Round 3 action from the FIDE World Cup, as well as an interview. We'll be right back. And we are back here with a very special guest, Alexander Grishuk, who moves on to round 4 in Sochi. Alexander, what are you going to do with 2 rest days?
What do you mean about 2? There is one more?
But you don't have to play tomorrow because you have a tie break, so you get 2 rest days in a row.
I didn't know there is a rest day after this round.
Yeah, July 21st.
Nice.
So you're gonna just hang out, go for a walk. You're gonna party. What are you gonna do?
As I told you, I just got this information, so I obviously don't have any plans.
Okay. Well, Alexander, jokes aside, Ben and I were just talking about you before we knew you were going to join us as a player who we see as very difficult in this format because you are so good at the potential tiebreak formats. You're one of the better rapid and blitz players in the world. And so do you consider yourself someone who is a difficult opponent for people in the FIDE World Cup format?
Okay, I think more difficult than average, but nothing special.
Nothing special. Okay. Ben?
Yeah, I have to disagree with that. I think you're one of the big favorites, and you have so much experience at every time control, and it seems like when we watch you play, you don't feel the pressure like some of the other players. Are you surprised more at this event, the young kids who are doing really well, like Sindarov, or at the older guys like Georgiev and Krasenkov who are doing well? What surprises you more?
Yeah, I think today's Krasenkov's game was amazing. I haven't studied it yet, but just from the brief look, it's absolutely great. It was both beautiful, very tense, everything. And also very important from sport point of view. So yeah, but also of course Sindarov beating Firuja was amazing, and especially the style. He was not like, like this, and then one punch. He was just playing on completely even terms, and even I would say somewhat dominating the whole match.
Yeah. Well, as the event goes on, do you feel like it favors the young or favors the experienced? And it's not a trap question, but as it goes on, do you feel like you get better as it goes because you've been here before, or do you feel like the younger players get more confidence?
I don't know. In general, I think when someone qualifies to some round, whether it be 4th round, semi-finals, finals, it means he deserved it. There are no undeserved winners, so I'm not thinking about such things, what favors whom and so on. One thing I wanted to say about those young guys is that because of this pandemic and lack of tournaments for more than 1 year, they are very underrated. Right. Because they just could not play and get this race. So like this Sindarov, he is maybe, I don't know, 25, 50. But his real level is, let's say, 27. So it's just a very unlucky pairing for those who meet them. Right. Because you are supposed to meet some average 25, 50 person, and you meet a very, very strong player.
Yeah. No, it's such a unique environment. I mean, we've never had an event like this, right? After a year and a half off, after a global pandemic. So it's an interesting story. But speaking of who you're
I mean, in fact, I think it's not such a big sensation as it looks, because in fact, it's like 2750 player lost to 27 player, not 2750 to 2550.
Right.
You know?
Right. No, it makes sense. Well, speaking of who you're going to meet, are you already aware of who you might play in the next round?
Yes, it's most likely Korobov, but I don't know what happens in his game against Kirill Georgiev.
He's actually still playing right now, but it looks like it'll be well, actually no. Georgiev has some chances to maybe win and send a tiebreak. So
it's hard to say. I mean, usually such endgames there are no chances. It's either won or draw. Because there is just very little resources for both sides. So I think it's most likely a draw, but I would not bet my life on it.
Okay. Well, what else should we talk about? I feel like I just want to hang out with you. What else do you want to talk about?
You know, it's a fun fact that my first two opponents were roommates at this event.
Okay,
Wow.
fun fact.
Yeah, they're not just both from Argentina, but they were actually sharing the same room.
So you're literally an enemy of the state down there. You're not welcome in Argentina.
I don't know. They were both very friendly after our matches. Both look like very nice guys. So I hope I'm not. And also I want to congratulate the Argentinian people with victory in Copa the America, beating Brazil in the final.
Yeah.
It was long. They were waiting for this for a long time.
Shout out to Messi. Shout out to yeah, agree.
Yeah, and Messi too.
Ben, any other comments before we let Mr. Grisha get going?
Well, congratulations on your win. Good luck in the next round, and I think you're going to do well. So thanks for the interview, and thanks for the great game so far. There's so many good games in this tournament, and there's just no quick draws. Everybody's really fighting, and of course you're always fighting, so it makes the tournament better for everybody.
Thank you. Now I need to make a PCR test, so.
Oh, wow.
Wish me luck. I need
Good luck with that
now.
too.
Good luck.
Yes.
Good luck with the test.
Okay. Take care.
All right. Bye,
Bye.
Sasha. All right, everybody. We're going to take a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are back here, round 3, game 2, day 2 of the 2021 FIDE World Cup. What a great interview with Alexander Grishuk, Sasha Grishuk, as he's known. And so much to unpack about what he said, Ben, and we'll get into it. But I want to jump right in to the game with Fabiano and Jumabayev, because what has happened here? This has become a 3-result position, Ben. I mean, I think we're back to a situation where anybody could win.
Right. I think it's going to be a draw, but Fabi's not the one who's obviously pressing here.
Yeah. So when Ben and I left it, the tactic that we assumed Jumabayev must have missed was right here, everyone. Knight f6 was played, and it was a blunder, as you can see, because after the trade and bishop takes f7, you can't take with the rook due to queen a8 check.
Very nice tactic. Yeah.
So Fabi wins the queen, but something else happened while we were gone. Here comes knight f5, e4, knight h4, king of h3.
Yeah, that's not a good king.
This is spicy. And then queen c4. Wow. I mean, that's a
king g2, king h3. I don't think that was right.
But I don't know why it was a blunder. I hate when the eval bar is evil and it tells us it was a blunder, and I don't know why. I mean, but let's see what happened. Knight h. Oh, not knight f4. He plays h5. I guess the point is the king is sort of trapped. Actually, look. Yeah. Knight f4 and rook g4 is checkmate.
Right. That's right.
That's amazing.
Yeah, the king on h3 is really bad. It's really bad.
What a weird blunder to make, right? I mean, you play queen c4 and your opponent goes h5 and you go, oh, you know what? Oh, explicit, because you can't stop checkmate. You have to give up your knight.
Right. Yeah, that's not what he was. Yeah. That's amazing. He kept with the king g2 to h3.
Yeah.
Yeah, this position's difficult. Black got a nice attack with rook g5, knight g6.
Okay, well now Jumabayev is thinking they have made it past time control, so he will have enough time on the clock. This is the kind of game that I would expect black to win, to be honest. And I know that would.
Yeah, I think it's a 2-result game now. The other way, I think it's black wins or a draw.
Yeah, because what do you do if I just enter? Like, I'm just going to play the most obvious move on the board.
Well, I'll have to defend with my queen, and then if you take it, it's a draw. But there's knight f4 check kind of thing sometimes. I don't know.
If you go,
it's not fun for white.
If you go here, I think it's knight f4 check, and you're just losing.
Yeah, I mean, black's king is very safe because you can always block with the rooks and the knights, and the center pawns aren't helping white's king.
But
I think this was really bad from Fabi, king g2 to h3. He just underestimated how bad his king would be.
Yeah, so you're saying right back here when he kind of invited this whole knight h4 check, king h3.
Yeah, that king's just not good on h3. Yeah, and here he has to play super precise, but I mean, you just can't do that with a clock situation. You got to move eventually.
Yeah.
So, I mean, engines would draw here with white, but the humans are just going to be like, how do I stop all of this?
Right. So queen c4, h5, and then like
it's funny. He got the position that he wanted where he was attacking. That's the way he likes to play at Jumabayev. And finally he started attacking. Yeah.
Yeah. The tables turned and Jumabayev was back in his comfort zone.
Yeah. And this guy's underrated too. I've been a fan of Jumabayev for a while because the style that he plays is so aggressive.
Yeah. And Jumbo, as he's known on Chess.com, Jumabayev, you said he's underrated as well. I mean, Grishuk left us with that kind of nugget during the interview, highlighting Sindarov's victory over Firouzja, right? Obviously, you have these guys that are, he said, you're supposed to play like some easy 25-50 because you're 27-50, but it's more like a 27-50 playing a 2700.
Yeah.
And what are your thoughts on that? How much the pandemic has sort of changed the game? We don't know how to evaluate these players who played a whole bunch online over the last year.
That's right. It's funny because there's two kinds of players, and at our chess center here, we have a lot more unrated players than usual. And one of that is because the Queen's Gambit and people started playing chess again. And one is people who played on Chess.com casually. That was their only hope. So they were playing so much more chess online, and they got more interested in chess. that people who are new, who played for like a year and a half and never played in a tournament, those are the strongest unrated players I've ever seen. Like unrated players are like, oh, chess, let me go play in a tournament. And you know how they play.
Right.
But these people are experienced. They've played, 17, 18, 1900 players for a year and a half.
Right.
And so these unrated players are beating 14, 15, 16, 1700 players. Conversely, the people who just played in tournaments their whole life, who are older, like maybe me, they didn't play for a year and a half. They didn't play. Then when they come back, they're like, wait, what's happening? So if you didn't play online for a year and a half, you're in a big hole.
No, it makes a lot of sense. And I mean, to elaborate on that, you're saying you're literally experiencing some of the strongest unrated players you've ever seen in chess clubs right now.
For sure.
Wow.
Unrated players see, before, when unrated players were beating everybody years ago, we were like, does this guy have a secret rating in some other country? Does he have a FIDE rating?
Right.
But now we don't suspect that. We just know that they've played online for a year and a half,
Right.
and they're good.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, it's wild. And I remember those experiences before the internet. I'm pretty much as old as you, right? But
No.
been around. No, but I remember all those experiences where you have someone and then everyone is talking like, where is this guy from? Right. The online didn't exist. And then, but now it's just, I guess people are like, yeah, well, they've been playing on, chess.com for 2 years and they're really good. So,
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, where to go now? Jumabayev might convert this one and Fabiano might be headed home.
Yeah. Fabi's definitely trying to draw this. Yeah.
Yep.
He'll be happy with the draw.
Okay, well, a lot of other games to still look at. Magnus Carlsen and Arjan Tari are still playing.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to the younger Norwegian for not giving up. Or maybe Magnus is just like playing with his food. Who knows, right? Maybe Magnus hasn't offered a draw. So Arjan has no choice but to continue to be tortured.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even have a winning plan for White ever.
Right.
And he has to win. So that's no fun.
Yeah, that's
I
why
think
we look at
Magnus
this
knows he
game
can't
as
lose.
torture.
He just wants to try to win because why not?
Yeah. For those missing the context of that joke, the reason this is torture for Arjan is because he has to win. So he is just lost. I mean, this is not a fun situation to be in. So, all right, we'll come back to that. Scrolling down, continuing to look at matches that have not finished yet. One match that we just haven't looked at all, probably the only one, so I feel like we owe it, is Pankradov's game versus Vakidov. In this particular matchup, Pankradov has to get the W, but maybe, just maybe, you're saying there's a chance. Maybe
he's up for exchange for a pawn.
Yeah.
And this is good winning chances for White. Very good winning chances.
Okay, so we could have another must-win situation.
I was talking to Janya yesterday. I was surprised because I didn't think there were any father-son GMs, but this is a father-son GM here.
Vakidov?
He's a GM and so is his dad.
Yeah.
And, Magnus is one of the few players when he needs a draw, if he's better, he plays for the win. He's done this more than once.
Yep.
And even against Anand in the World Championship, against Aronian in the Singfield Cup, a draw wins the tournament and he would just win.
Yep.
He doesn't want to draw. So that's good for the spectators.
Yep.
This looks very likely like White's going to win and force the playoff. And this tournament in particular, there's very few draws and there's no quick draws, which is really refreshing from what I've been seeing online lately. This is a big fighting tournament. People haven't had a chance to play a lot of chess. It's 2-game knockout. There's a 30-move draw rule, I think. And these are just the most fighting games. This tournament,
even if there's not a 30-move draw rule, you're right. It's just better. It's just more exciting. I mean, it's why, for my money as a chess fan and commentator, just I'll be biased to my own point of view. I think the FIDE World Cup is maybe my favorite event, and even more than the World Chess Championship match itself. Not because it's like the stakes are the highest and it's intense, but this event just has so much drama and so much fun. And how often do you see the world's elite get paired against 25-50s who deliver the upset, right? It just doesn't happen. And not to beat the dead horse about how much none of us want to see more easy draws among the world's elite. But I agree with you. This event is just so much fun.
Yeah, and in fact, I've complained on my stream before that back in the day, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, it was common for the best players in the world to play in tournaments with people who weren't in the top 100. And then those games are interesting because the higher rated player wants to win.
Right.
You didn't see quick draws then either, unless they're playing each other.
Right.
But now, normally, if you see somebody who's in the top 10 and somebody else, that means everybody is.
Right.
And there's quick draws and the games don't have a lot of blunders. And the reason this is exciting, not just because of the players are playing to win, is because there's a lot of games. So you always have a game to go to that's super exciting.
Right. Yeah, and that's true because, the other way to look at sometimes draws, I agree with you that the system is different now. In the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, the top players in the world played in more open events or more events against lower rated players. But so even if we remove that part of it, sometimes a draw is a reflection of very high level chess, right? That is the other way to wrap a ribbon around the elephant, which is saying that it's very well prepared, very high level chess. But the thing is, it's just that it can also be reflective of protecting your position, right? And we've seen controversies on social media where players say, well, I don't want to lose rating points because then I don't get invited. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that I'm going to draw some of these games, right? And I'm not naming them by name, but so the system, I'm kind of saying the phrase of, what is it? Don't hate the player, hate the game. Mm-hmm. And I do think the game is something that has changed for the top level players. And so they're not taking as many risks. So I'm going to take the don't hate the player, hate the game approach, because sometimes the players are well prepared, playing the best chess in the world, and they're doing their job, but the system doesn't challenge them to play risky chess like the FIDE World Cup does, right? So I think that's a good nod for a tournament like this, which is a lot of fun. So, okay, enough of that rant. Let's go check on Vidit Gujrathi's game. Pankratov might win on command there. And
Vidit won the first game.
Well, Vidit won I was about to say, Pankratov might win on command there. And the beast, Adiban Bhaskaran, might win on command here as well and send it to tiebreaks against his countrymen.
I like white a lot.
Yeah.
Pawn on G6 kills the bishop. 2-1 on the queen side. The D pawn's not dangerous. Very difficult for black.
Wow. Vidit was doing well earlier when he fawn was here. But as long as Adiban keeps the queens on the board, I'm thinking like a queen C4 check, right? Don't trade queens with obscure bishops. Or maybe this, but if the queens stay on the board, it's definitely a 2 result position for white.
Yeah, the black king is not good. And even there are positions where trading queens wins too, because the white pawns are so far apart. If you just put the bishop on D3, the D pawn's not dangerous. And so black has to dance at 2 weddings. It's not clear that you can stop white from winning there either.
Yep. All right, let's go back to the game.
He's just in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of games with a lot of trouble, and we're going to go back to the game with Fabiano because I think I speak for a lot of fans who wouldn't be excited if the American was sent home, but he kind of got himself in this scenario, and he's in trouble here, Ben. This is...
Yeah, well, he's fighting for his life here. Yeah, King G3, King G2, King H3 was very bad. He'll be so happy if he holds the draw because it's, his opponent's super confident now. But white's king is just in a world of hurts.
If knight f4 check is played, are we not just looking at a forced? I don't understand why there's not a mating net ensuing. Let's look at knight f4 check.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, although
it's possible King H4 is better.
I was
than
just
King
going to say,
H2.
maybe he can just walk up. Wow.
I mean, I wouldn't be happy.
it's not happy, but it's like, where's the mate, right? That's probably his plan, is to just walk into the face of danger.
Yeah, I think it's King H4. Because with the knight out on G6, now white's got some checks. Got Queen H8 check, which if he gets that in, he'll be okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that means knight f4 is not as good as I was looking at knight f4 and for some reason I thought you had to play King H2, which is just, it's going to be mate here. There's no way there isn't some sort of, I don't know, some sort of mating net.
Yeah, this isn't good for white. No.
So, but the fact that Fabi can play king h4 means knight f4 is not as big of a threat as I thought.
Right. And the thing is, white at the moment doesn't have counterplay. Like white's queen basically has to stay on the g3 pawn. And as a consequence, white can't play e5 because that blocks his queen. So black needs to like build, but I'm not sure because black's pieces all look so good. I'm not sure how to make them better. They're all in the right positions.
Yeah, and if you're not moving the knight with tempi, like I said, then you're allowing queen h8 in every position too.
Yeah, so maybe he could take his rook on g5 and swing it over to a1, a2, or a3 because that rook isn't really needed to stop checks. The knight on g6 is doing a good job. And he could also use his other rook to, like, for example, if he plays rook e3, you can't play e5.
Yeah.
And you can't let him take your e-pawn, and you can't defend your e-pawn with your queen because the g3 pawn's hanging.
Actually, now that you say that, rook e3 looks like a fantastic move.
Yeah. Normally I need like 5 engines to find a good move, but normally. Yeah. 5 engines will do it.
It's just 1 engine, sometimes 5, you know.
Yeah. No, but Rook, I mean, the fact that white doesn't have counterplay means black has some options here to build. I just wasn't sure how to build because I liked all of his pieces. They all look great.
No, but I think your move rook e3 is actually just exactly what the doctor ordered.
Play rook e3. I said so. Yes. Go Ben.
Go Ben.
Yeah.
All subscribers to Ben's channel, get the Go Ben emotes out. Yeah, no, but and by the way, guess what he just played?
Yeah, I saw him play it physically, but it was hard to see. But yeah.
Rook e3 has been played.
I mean, Fabi should be happy because the guy played a move I suggested. So I mean, I'm sure Fabi's like, oh, Ben suggested that. Great. But yeah, I don't know what to do here for white. It seems to me the only possible thing white can do is push his D pawn, but he really can't go to D6, and he's probably just pushing it to its doom.
Right.
I mean, I take E pawn, I probably just go take the D pawn later.
Right. If you play D6, I mean, the knight is such a great defender to the king, and that's a chess cliche, but it's true. I mean, you could even just play this move and then
yeah, he played D5, but I think Fabi's going to lose.
I think so too. No, I think now that he found rook e3 in this position.
I mean, 2 rooks and a knight is killing the king, and the queen does nothing. The queen just defends G3. That's the whole point of the queen. That's bad.
Yeah. Highly unfortunate for the American.
Yeah, now that E5 is open for the black knight, sometimes we can play rook E2 and rook H5 and knight E5. That doesn't look good either. So D5 lets black play knight E5 later if it's check.
Well, we saw that Fabi has indeed played D5 on the board.
Yeah, Fabi's not happy.
No, this is not headed.
No, and his opponent's very happy. You can just tell by the body language. This is Fabi's gonna lose. Man, just as he sacrificed, he got what he wanted, and then he didn't play well with his king. His king on G1 just got in terrible trouble.
Yeah, and Jumabayev has got that confident pose. As we said, the live board now shows he's gobbling up the E4 pawn. Wow. And fun fact, if Fabiano loses this game, he can only qualify for next year's candidates via the Grand Swiss or the Grand Prix. But it's and I hate to say this as we are the organizing partners of the Isle of Man FIDE Grand Swiss, but we don't even know if that event is going to happen due to global pandemic restrictions and everything that's happening right now. So
he can't get in by rating the candidates. They don't have 1 or 2 people.
There's also wild cards and things, but it's not. Yeah, they're, from what I understand, next year's candidates will not have any rating spots. It's all up to the system.
Right. Yeah, that's not good for Fabi.
That's not good for Fabi.
No. His opponent's too confident. I don't like that.
Yeah, I hate that when my opponent's confident.
He's way too confident. He's like, why am I winning so easily? This is great.
it's nice when it works out that way, because we knew he was in trouble the moment you and I came back, because it wasn't just that he had won the knight, but back in this position when we first spotted it, it was that all of Black's pieces are suddenly just perfectly coordinated. Like the rooks and knights in close contact on one side of the board are among the most dangerous duos in chess, right? Rooks and bishops, have a long distance relationship that works, right? You and I used to have one of those.
That's correct.
But no, I'm kidding. I think our long distance relationship is working. I think this is working.
Yeah.
What do you think?
It's the long distance that makes it work.
Okay.
That's the important.
But the rook and knight are, I mean, this is exactly what the doctor ordered, and White had no chance. The queen is just like a helpless piece.
Yeah. I mean, all it's doing is it's defending the G3 pawn. That's not good.
Wow.
There's just never any checks. The knight on G6 stops all the checks. The rooks gobble up the D pawn and it's over.
Well, highly unfortunate for Fabiano.
Yeah, White's king is way too open once that D pawn goes. That was his counterplay, was the center pawns.
Fabiano will be the highest rated, he will be the highest rated player who's been sent home if and when he loses this match. There have been some other large upsets, but obviously this is
right. I think Farouj is the highest rated now, but that'll change.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I assume Mamedyarov is going to win. Otherwise, he'll be sent home.
That's right. And yes, there is no wild card because remember, it's already gone to Rajabov due to everything that happened.
Oh, that's right.
So yeah, so it's literally, and what a weird situation to be in, right? Because it's just part of the cycle. You have your chances to qualify or not, and it's weird when you feel like the best player in the world who's not Magnus Carlsen may not even have a chance to challenge for the title. Now, again, Jan Nepomniachtchi has something to say about that come November, right? We'll see if he's making a claim for the throne. But, it's a really wild dynamic when these players are not just trying to win the World Cup, everybody. They're trying to keep their chances to play for a world championship title alive, and your chess career can be short.
And Fabi's one of those guys who, as we discussed earlier, is not playing hundreds and thousands of games online.
Right.
So he's studying all the time, probably more than anybody, but his playing over the board, if he didn't play over the board for a year and a half,
yep,
he's not like making up for it by playing lots of chess online like the other top players do.
Right.
He's chess poor. He doesn't play any chess.
No, 100%. And yeah,
I think the pawn's on D6 now.
I think he played D6.
Yeah.
And Jumabayev has come and sat down indeed. But as you and I already highlighted, kind of simple moves like Rook D5, Rook, I just threw that one out there. Maybe the engine likes Rook D4 better. It doesn't really matter because the point is the D pawn is going nowhere.
Right. Yeah, I just play both. Then I play Rook. Yeah. He's gonna play Rook D4.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he's going to take that pawn, and then Fabi's going to suffer.
Yeah.
Fabi looks like he wants to resign, but I don't think he's going to resign here. He looks very unhappy.
Well, because
there's two reasons to be unhappy: losing to a low-rated player, but his opponent basically blundered, and Fabi was better, and then he just got totally crushed.
Yeah.
So
to paint the story of how Fabi holds this real quick, because it's not over. The biggest problem he needs to solve is not just that he's losing his pawns, but that his king is in a mating net. So
his king is in trouble. Yeah.
So one plan, Ben, is to just run. And I don't think we should underestimate that, because now that I look at it, removing the kind of the emotional bias of how we got here, because like you said, it is emotional for Fabi, who was not only winning, but now he's blown it. But if the king runs out and you're not in a mating net, this isn't easy for Black to win, because you're always in fear of a perpetual check, right? So what if Fabi plays King G2?
I don't think it's that hard to win.
Okay, so give us the clean plan.
Well, now your G pawn's not defended, so I'll play Rook D3.
Okay, and I'm just gonna run, I guess, because I have no choice. What else? Okay, I guess I'll play here. Okay, I'll be a little more accurate.
Right, and I'll take the D pawn.
Right. So now I've got my queen defending, and I'll play King F2.
Check. Rook D2 check.
Okay. And I guess I run.
Yeah, and then something like, wow, Rook A2.
Yeah, well, I don't want to put my king on
Yeah,
the back
I mean,
rank.
if you go to the back rank, I'm just going to back rank mate
Yeah,
you.
so I'm going to keep my king alive.
Yeah, this is
wait,
easy.
now you can just take
check
and
it.
check.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't hard. Yeah.
No, okay, it is indeed. And I guess the biggest problem is,
Yeah.
white
No, the
queen.
king's just a sitting duck, and the queen has no checks. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is not good.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, Bobby's very upset, and his opponent's very confident.
Yeah.
No, I mean, Fabi's going to lose. Yeah, you can't let the guy play H5, H4, take your knight, and then not lose. That's not fair. When you lose your knight when you didn't have to, that's disaster. Yeah, so Garayev's out. Looks like Fabi's going to be out. Jeffrey won on demand. And now Sevion had that worst ending against Duda. And he needs to draw that to not get knocked out. They drew the first game.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Americans aren't doing very well this round. And you said Carissa was losing. We looked at that a little while ago.
Yep.
So not a good round for the Americans. Yeah, it reminds me of the World Youth. When we go to the World Youth, and I'm one of the coaches for the American kids.
Yeah.
The first round's great, and the second round's great, and then some of the rounds aren't great after that. As it gets tougher and tougher, and you start playing the best people in the world, then.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sure Fabi expected to win this match. His opponent's so much more lower rated than he is.
Yep.
But yeah, that guy's good.
Jumabayev is good.
As Grishik pointed out, a lot of these guys are underrated.
Yep. The world has changed, right? And I think it's going to take some time before certain things settle out because, like Grishik said, who just joined us earlier, if you missed the interview, it's hard to measure the strength of chess when you've missed 18 months of over the board play.
Yeah.
And
this is Sindarov Corey. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, they showed it for a second. Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go check out that one.
That was the queen versus rook and knight, and Corey has to hold that. Oh, he lost his knight. He's trying to hold this position.
Knight. He lost his knight in exchange for a blockade in the Sindarov game. Yeah, we can take a look at Korobov's game. We've got Korobov on camera. It's certainly one of the most entertaining hairdos in the game. I'm into that.
Wow, he allowed bishop f3.
Yeah, that looks like
I guess he had to, because if he plays bishop to d1, then king h7.
Well, Georgiev was paused there, kind of like, wait a second.
Yeah.
There goes my winning chances after bishop f3. Remember, for those just tuning in, Korobov won yesterday in day one, game one of round 3. So a draw here as black is effectively a win for the match.
There's still winning chances, because even if I win your c pawn, you win my h pawn, I can still win that. And if I can get my king to e7, then I can take on f7 with my bishop, because I have h7. You could still win that. It's possible.
Yeah.
There's still winning chances, because the black king just has to babysit that h pawn.
No, it's a really good point. I'll show that real quick in a line, just because it's super.
I mean, it should be a draw, but maybe it shouldn't be a draw.
If this kind of thing happens, no matter what black does for the remaining moves, a king is going to get to e7, because this king is stuck guarding the h pawn, and at that time, now you have this idea.
That's Jurabiali and Navarra. That's who it looks like on camera.
Yeah, Navarra.
Wow, Jurabiali won. Look at the kings.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Jurabiali knocked out Navarra.
Well, wow.
It always makes me feel better when people who completely destroy me then do well in other events.
Right.
Because I'm like, am I just the worst player ever, or is that guy good? And Jurabiali 2 years ago in the World Open, oh, man, that was embarrassing.
Yeah.
But yeah, beating Navarra, now I feel better, because, man, Navarra's good.
Yeah, Jurabali is Well, he's moving on to round 4, and
Wow.
this particular match was tied headed into this round. So
Yeah, I mean, that was an upset. Navarro's, used to be like 27-30.
Yep. But like we said, there aren't upsets anymore because we don't know what everyone's ratings are supposed to be.
Yeah, that's true. No, Durabiali is a very strong player. No.
Yeah. Well, there you go. He wins this endgame, sends Navarro home. A lot of the games are finishing. We see a much less crowded room than we had earlier today. Korobov gets up and kind of takes a stroll. I do want to go back to that endgame. Durabiali's victory distracted us, but that game with Korobov, big implications. The winner of that game will take on Alexander Grishuk in the next round.
Right. Yeah, and also Korobov won yesterday, so Georgiev has to win on demand.
Yep. But back to what we were saying in this line, there's real potential to win if the king reaches e7 because
you can win. It's not like a dead draw. There's winning chances. Yeah.
Ben's point was that if this position happens and like bishop g6 is played,
right, you take on f7
and then h7.
Yep.
And then you h8.
Mm-hmm.
And then you take.
And then even I can win this.
Yeah. I know you could do it, Ben.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's winning chances. It's not like black just closes his eyes and draws. It's not going to be an easy draw. Although Korobov's acting like it is, he's walking around like there's no trouble.
Yep.
That would be amazing if Georgiev wins on demand. I mean, he's not the youngest player in the tournament.
Yeah, but Mamedyarov just did it, right? And and so did Krasenkov.
This is Shanklin with black. He drew the first game. Is he playing Duda?
Well, no, Shanklin is playing
or Arshachenko?
Arshachenko, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to look at Shanklin's games too much. So I'm pulling up Sam's game.
Oh, that's right. Duda's playing Sevion. I'm confusing Americans.
Yeah. Confusing Americans. That sounds like a great movie coming out.
This looks like a draw. Great night. Active pieces for black. Yeah, this looks like a draw.
If the draw occurs, we will be headed to tie breaks because Arshchenko and Shanklin drew their first game. A takes b6 has been played.
Yeah, this looks perfectly reasonable.
King to h1, pretty much the only move now.
I want to play for tricks like, knight takes g3, rook h5 check at some point, but I don't see how to ever do that. I don't see how to line that up.
I tried for some tricks like that earlier in Spidler's game versus Sheparinov. But Ifan was the spoiler. She kept pointing out how that it didn't.
Yeah, I could just never do that. I'd like to do it, but I don't see how to do that.
Slide the rook over and take in 2 moves.
Yeah, right. Yeah. If we can cheat a little bit, we can win. This looks like it's going to go to a tie break.
Yep. Okay, so if we had to pick who has winning chances, I mean, is it black? Is it Shanklin?
I'll pick black just because of the clock situation.
Right.
I mean, if that's true, it's 16 minutes to 1. Because then, I think somebody winning means somebody's going to blunder, so it's going to be the person with 1 minute. But the position should be a draw.
Yep.
All right, what's happening here? Let's see. Rook looks good for black.
Who are these guys? I'm trying to.
Although I can't really see the position perfectly, but black has a lot of passed pawns. Passed pawns on the H file, the B file, the A file.
All the passed pawns you could ever want.
He's got a lot of passed pawns, yeah.
Passed pawns for your heart desire. Let's go back to Magnus Carlsen's game, because you mentioned the some of the big moments where Magnus initially endeared himself to the fans, and I remember fondly the grinded out victory over Levon Aronian from the Singfield Cup. Obviously, we love you, Lev, but the fact that Magnus didn't take a draw when he had it clinched.
He's
that was
definitely going to win this game.
That was
definitely.
before he was the world champion.
Yeah.
For those,
right.
For those who don't remember it. So the reason I say he endeared himself to fans, it was a big deal at the time because it was like, you know, Magnus could have had a draw, but he was showing he was going to be different than other top
Not only
players.
could he have had a draw, Aronian offered him a draw.
And he didn't take it.
Right. And if he takes it, he's clear first and wins $100,000.
Right.
And if he loses, he's not clear first and doesn't win $100,000. There's drawing and winning was the same amount of money and the same first place clear, but he's like, I'm slightly better. So he played on and he won.
Right. No, so Magnus playing chess like that. And then you obviously mentioned later when he won the world championship in his games against Vichy, where similarly he played on in a position that could have also probably been forced into a draw earlier to win the match. And so, you know, this is vintage Magnus Carlsen chess. And it is the right mindset, right? Because look, you know, as a chess player, you want to be in the best shape at all times. And if you think you're winning, keep playing. It's easier said than done. He's
definitely going to win this, whether it's winning or not. Better king, better bishop, better rook.
Yep.
I mean, sometimes the exchange sack on e4 wins because the e-pawn's unstoppable. Sometimes.
Yep. Well,
especially if you can win both those.
Trapped.
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, this is just white has no counterplay. This is terrible.
You'd be afraid if the white bishop was on d5 because then there might be a rook d3 checkmate.
Then there could be a checkmate he's walking into. Yeah.
White has no way to put the bishop on d5 and take advantage of this king without losing the e4.
This is just white suffering, and you don't want to suffer against Magnus. That's the wrong person to suffer against.
Yep.
Yeah. So Magnus could play on forever. He's never going to agree to a draw, even though he could draw right now if he wanted. Say draw, and the guy would say yeah. But now it's just a question of whether he'll win or not, and I expect him to win.
Right. Well, I think it's the right mindset to, you know, you're thinking big picture about the whole tournament, keep yourself in shape. And like we said, right mindset or not in a long tournament, it's the thing we love about Magnus is that he's going to play these positions for a win. So the thing we love about Ben is that, well, I've already made like multiple pink shirt jokes, so I won't do that. You do sometimes have funny puns too. So people do like that about you.
You know, the problem is the last 2 days I did commentary with Naroditsky, and I got to let him do all the puns. I can't take away his fun.
And now you've got me, so all the awkward moments are taken up by me. So what do you?
If I could do commentary with Ifan, then I would be the funny one. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna take a very quick break. When we return, we of course will be following all of these games to their conclusion. Don't go anywhere. It's more of Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Cup in just a minute. And we are back here, potentially capturing the final moments of Fabiano Caruana's FIDE World Cup. It just looks like
nice trick at the end. Queen
And
takes
there we
G2, rook D2 check. That's
Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
And the point is that if the king moves backwards, rook to D1 is a win. If the king moves to E1, rook E2 wins the queen.
Oh yeah.
And with
That's
that,
it.
Jumabayev sends the #1 rated American home and puts his chances of qualifying for the next candidate cycle in jeopardy.
Yeah, that was not a fun game for Fabi. Yeah.
No, absolutely not. And heartbreaking because, again, it was an emotional loss from the perspective that he didn't get outplayed start to finish. He was winning, or at least clearly better at some point, right? He was in control of his own destiny before that kind of dubious king walk. Bringing the king up here to H3 was where Ben and I first. This was not ideal, and ultimately, Fabiano Caruana is headed home.
Yep. Somehow Black started a big attack in the end game. It worked.
Yep. Well, he's still, in many people's eyes, the strongest player in the world, has been for the last couple of years, besides Magnus Carlsen. But Fabi's headed home. And speaking of Magnus Carlsen, he does look like he's going to convert the win against Arjan Tari. Arjan's got to be like, bro, come on, just take the draw.
It's hard to play without a king the whole game. Black has a king and white doesn't. So yeah, he did something really nice just after we went to break. He played C4, which was explosive, and white had to decide whether to give up his E pawn, and then Black plays, E4, E3, E2, or take with the B pawn and probably get mated. Rook H8, Rook B8.
So crazy.
That doesn't look good.
Rook comes back, and there's no way to.
That doesn't look good. No.
What a horrible move.
So he took with a bishop, king E4, and I mean the F7 pawn doesn't matter. So here comes the E pawn.
Here comes the E pawn.
Now that matters. Yeah. I mean, Black has a better bishop, king, and rook, and a passed pawn. The other passed pawns for White can't do anything.
Moves like rook D1, E4, or sorry, not E4. Rook D1 could be met just by king C3, and then the E pawn runs.
And push that pawn. Yeah.
Yep. So what exactly is White going to do here?
Well, he's going to lose. That's what he's going to do.
That's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Just thanks for always finishing my,
No, but Magnus wants to win 2-0 because he wants to feel like, okay, I won all my games. And my opponents are like, damn, Magnus won 2-0. That's not good. They want to see Magnus struggling. They don't want to play him after he's super confident.
Yep.
Man, talk about body language, man.
Well, we've got another game that just finished. Speaking of body language, who are those gentlemen?
That looks like you and Tabatabe, or I'm pronouncing it wrong, but that's who those guys look like. Yeah, and you lost yesterday. He had to win with White.
Yesterday, so unless he won that game, he's also headed back home to China, and he did not. So Tabatabai, to see you later to Yu Yang Yi.
There's an upset for you.
Yeah. Tabatabai is rising player from Iran and becoming more and more of a household name, not just Ali Reza Firouzja and Parham Maghsoodloo. Also a very, very strong player. I'm surprised to see Yu Yang Yi. I feel like he's always like a dark horse pick when we talk about the skill sets of all time controls. He's so also good at rapid and blitz, but no, he is no longer dancing, and he'll be headed back to China. We see Magnus again getting closer.
So C3 check, give his king some air, but that's one of his passed pawns he needed. And Magnus is like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, because if White plays king C2 here, Magnus will probably play bishop E3 and then rook H2 check, and I don't like that.
Yeah. Well, no matter
I'm
what,
not
you
a fan.
The rook the rook
Yeah,
comes to h2, you'll have to go back to b1.
The bishop on e3 really kills the rook on f3. So,
Yep.
yeah, well, we'll see if he plays bishop e3 or he plays a better move. I guess he could play e4 also because that stops rook d3 check. Maybe e4 is better.
Well, we got to wait for king c2 to be played.
He did play it. I could see on the live board.
He played king to c2.
Yep. Yeah, it's either bishop e3 or e4. Magnus is like, wow, this is pleasant.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
e4.
not able to get to the live position. I can't see king c2. So hold on, we're going to refresh real quick.
Yeah, he played e4. Yeah.
So wait,
Rook,
king d4 was played, king c2,
right, e4, rook f2.
rook f2.
Mm-hmm.
This is the live position. But
Yeah, I
okay.
mean, this Magnus just gonna win. Everything's better.
Everything's better.
Man, he's so mean. He played bishop b4. He's just, I mean, white just can't move. There's no moves. I mean, now Magnus can probably win if he's allowed rook h1 to a1. And white can't move. Yeah, this is just.
What do you want me to say? It's not my fault that Magnus is so good.
Yeah, no, that was a really Magnus kind of position. Yeah,
It really was.
yeah.
And
Yeah, Atari might resign now. There's no move. There's nothing to do. Man, I wanted to play bishop h5 to d1, stopping the rook maneuver, but the bishop's hanging on h5. Man, I want to stop that. I guess bishop c4 to f1. Man, then e3 is winning. Yeah.
yeah,
No, he should resign here. There's nothing
he
to
should
play for
resign.
here.
And as much as you wish this was a draw, but I guess also from a rating points perspective, Ariantari does not get any.
No, yeah.
That's just
No,
fine.
Magnus isn't taking a draw when he's even a little better because that's
Yep.
not who he is.
And
He
speaking
thinks
of
it's like a sin against chess to have a big advantage and agree to a draw. He's like, no, you have a big
Right.
advantage, you got to keep playing. That's what chess is. No, this is definitely resignable. There's just no legal moves.
Yep. Speaking of rating points, Caruana drops below 2,800 for the first time
Wow.
since March 2018, which is, I mean, as a guy who we just know is just, I mean, let's remember, he didn't actually lose in classical to Magnus in 2018, right?
That's
I mean,
right.
this is a guy who has been the best player in the world, not named Carlsen, for the last 5 years. I mean, almost undeniably, but
Yeah.
Fabi's struggling a little bit right now. We know he'll bounce back, but obviously not the way he wanted his campaign in Sochi to end. Let's look at the game with Mamadjara, because we keep talking about players who need to win on command, and it looks like the
Mhm.
shock is about.
This
to
is
do it.
definitely winning.
Daddy shock. Do. Daddy shock.
Yeah, I mean, white's pawns are all defended, and once you take the B pawn, you just queen, and the black king isn't doing anything, and white's
Yep.
up a pawn, and white has everything. Yeah. So that's going to go into tie breaks. So yeah, Mamadjara is going to win on demand. Jeffrey Zhang won on demand, and Carissa's opponent, can I pronounce her name? She won on demand too, I guess.
Zagnidze, Nana Zagnidze. She also won
Yeah.
on command.
Yeah, it's funny when you lose the first game and you have to win the second one. It happens a lot. They fight hard.
Yep.
King to G8. Is that what he played?
King G7.
Oh, okay, I was like King G8. King G7. I barely understand. So that's good. Barely.
But okay, this is definitely a position where white's pushing to win, but I'm sitting here trying to find where's the concrete plan. If you bring the rook to B2 and try to take, you're always losing the G pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And
Then the
you
H
may
pawn
be
is
able to
counter
go
play,
for
yeah.
that, but this is a nice move. You know why? He's preventing the king from hiding and improving, because then rook D6 will go to a winning king and pawn ending.
That's right. Yeah.
So king C7 is a very nice move by Mamadjara. But we also have
The Shirov's game just ended,
the Shirov game just ended.
but I don't know what happened. Let's see what's happening.
All I
here.
know is I don't want to go out on a limb here, but was Alexei Shirov rocking a mullet? What is going on with that hairdo? I haven't seen anything like that since Con Air.
Right, and
Right on
actually,
cue.
Nick Cage looked even crazier in his latest movie, which I did see, Pig. They said he hasn't looked like that since Con Air.
Oh my gosh. Well, shout out to NM Buddha who hit the cue right at the right moment. But
Yep.
what is going on with that hairdo? Alexei, we
Yeah,
tip
so
our
they
hat
drew.
to you.
They drew because the kings are on those squares.
Yeah, so that means that unfortunately
Shirov is out.
Shirov, the former world number 2, is also going home here in round 3.
You know, this Dominic Nietzsche, who's a top poker player, and I watch his stream sometimes. He's like 1,400 on chess.com. He plays a lot of chess. Somebody in the chat said, why is your hair like that? He has very long hair. And he said, I don't have a job and I have a lot of money, so I don't have to get a haircut if I don't want to. I don't have to go somewhere and work. I don't want to get a haircut.
Oh, that's hilarious. Well, okay, Alexei Shirov is headed home. We see another game finish. Is that Sam Sevion's game? Indeed.
Yeah, did Sam hold the draw or did he lose?
I'm trying to pull it up. Oh my gosh, JKD got the job done, and Jan Christophe sends Sam Sevion home.
those
So
kings
bad
are...
day for the Americans.
Yes. Yeah, Sevion lost, Gareyev lost, Caruana lost. Yeah, the truth hurts.
In Carissa's case, in Carissa and Zhang's case, Zhang won to force tiebreak. In Carissa's case, she's still alive. She lost today, but she was a full game up in the match, so she will have tie breaks. Wild games. I actually, depending on how much time we have, unfortunately, that we can only cover so many games, which is why we tell you to go to chess.com/events and choose your own flavor. But I would love to sit here and spend a whole bunch of time analyzing what happened, because this game, it did go to the king upon ending. You called it, Ben.
Yeah, we talked about this happening, and I thought Black would be okay by queening his pawn, but they both queened their pawns, and he lost his king side.
Well, it was this position, and I was curious about whether your threat was strong enough to play e5, and turns out it was. Sevion played e5, but we foreshadowed it well in saying that the issue of this is that now every king and pawn ending is lost, and that's kind of what happened here. Ultimately, probably the threat of entering the king and pawn ending keeps Black passive, and there you go. He goes into a king and pawn ending, and guess who wins? Jan Christophe Duda. So Ben,
they both queen, and then those pawns are just all falling.
I feel like you and I predicted that game together. That was a team effort. I mean, I don't want to take any credit from you, but I also helped.
Man, queen a4 is awesome. It defends the f pawn because of queen a7 check.
Yep, you can't.
And it defends the e pawn. So now it's time to take Black's pawns. That's great.
Wow. No, seriously, this is a fantastic move. It defends e4 directly. It defends f2 dynamically because of the skewer on a7. And just like that, Jan Christophe finds a way to convert. Look at that. He gets every pawn with check.
He's so mean. Yeah.
A dirty dog. Just torture.
Wow.
And goes on to win. So a fantastic game from the #1 player in Poland. And we have another game up right now. I'm going to try to pull it up. What game is that? Whose game is that?
All right, Magnus won. Even if I didn't see him win, he won.
Magnus wins. Looks like they've shaken hands, king to c5, and it hasn't even registered yet on the DGT relay, but that's because the arbiter hasn't put the king on the board.
Yeah.
Black is obviously winning here up a piece.
Yep.
Well, shout out to Magnus.
That's funny, Danny. In the final position there, if Magnus plays king takes rook, it's stalemate.
Oh wow.
That's why he played. That's why he gave his bishop away on f1. He was hoping for stalemate. That's funny.
Oh my God, that's so cool. Shout out to Tari.
Yeah.
Look at this. Rook e2.
Eric Rosen. Oh no, my rook.
And if you take, it's stalemate.
Tricks are for kids.
But look at this, just king c5, and now there's no stalemate trick because you give the king the d3.
Yeah, the king has the d3 square. So
the point is you can't play this anymore, everybody, because you just take it.
Yep. Wow, that was a nice trick, but that
was a nice trick. You got to give him credit for that.
It'd be good for bullet chess, not so good for slow chess.
Right. Well, unfortunately for Arjan Tari, he'll be headed home. Magnus remains perfect, like we said. Vintage Magnus showing up there in Sochi, and we'll see how far he can ride this FIDE World Cup. But right now, Carlsen looks to be in great form. Pankratov is the game that also has one of the players in a must-win scenario. That being Pavel Pankratov, as we said, and he looks like he should be able to convert this. He's up the exchange.
Right. Let's see, Rook B5. Yeah, I mean, this should be winning. It's not super easy, but I mean, up an exchange and a pawn. The black king is in a mating net, so he might want to play like, king E4, rook H7, threatening rook B6 mate. And also queening the F pawn is a good idea. So he's got a lot of things that look good. He also, the last move, am I missing something? Oh, the rook is defending the bishop. Yeah, he can't move his rook off the bishop because rook B6 check wins immediately.
Right.
Then if king takes rook B5 check. So he's not really threatening rook takes H3 because then rook B6 wins instantly.
Right. No, it's a good point. The point is that black's pieces are a lot more frozen than first meets the eye.
Right. You can't move anything because you'll get something captured.
Yep. If you take, then we just check twice and
right. And luckily he's stopping king E4 because he can play rook E3 check and go back.
Yep. Yeah. So he played rook G3 and rook H8. Okay, but now, okay, you still can't take because just the checks. Wait, can you? No. Yes. If rook H3,
I would be very afraid to take, but I would be more afraid not to take.
Yeah, I don't see the immediate win of the bishop, so I have to ask. And indeed, Vakidov's going to ask the same question: how am I losing here?
Right. Well, black could swing his rook. He could try to win another way. He could swing his rook over to A8 and try to give the two rook mate.
Ah, look at that.
And then he's got an F pawn in case it doesn't work. He's like, okay, I'll queen my F pawn.
No, I think that's the move because now the rook is here. There's no checks or any way.
Yeah, and if you move the bishops, you have the king G5. F6 is discovered check, and it's defended. So that's risky.
Right. You check. The king runs. F6 check. In fact, look at this. Look at this check. Look how sweet that is.
Yeah. That's funny. And then you just give the two rook mate. Yeah, that's what you get for having the rook on H3.
Yeah. So rook to G8. Oh, actually, he played rook G8 instead of rook A8, which also looks very strong.
Oh man, rook G6 check and rook B6 check are both threats. Yeah, I don't like this. Yeah, that's not good. I mean, it's good for white.
Well,
yeah, this is definitely an easy win.
These games are finishing in rapid fire, but we're going to be here to the very end, so don't go anywhere. We've got Pankratov in this position. Remember, he has to win, so doing so is going to have Ben and I doing we'll be doing commentary tomorrow on the tie breaks of this match. Looks like the game between Urashenko and Shanklin is still rolling. We can head over there because we've got them on camera. What's happening in the world of Sam Shanklin besides experimental facial hair? We're gonna find out. I remember little Sammy when he couldn't grow a beard. Someone clip it and ship it to him.
Clip it and ship it. Wow.
Clip it and ship it on Twitter. That's what the cool kids say. They tweet. Do you tweet?
You talking to me?
Are you twittering?
Oh yeah, I Twitter a lot.
Are you twittering, young man?
Yeah. Well, black's the only one who can win. It should be a draw, but white has less time, and white's king is not as safe as black's king. The B3 pawn's weak. It's a draw, but white could make a mistake.
Yep.
White has to be more accurate than black, and with the time situation, that's hard to do.
Yep.
You got to be careful here with white.
The queen and knight are such a tricky duo, especially in time pressure to deal with. And part of that is the queen and bishop are very good at ganging up on a static point, everybody, but the queen and knight can create weaknesses together because the knight's ability, to switch to one color and attack, right? And then switch to another color and attack. So sometimes you're evaluating the practical dynamic of the pieces, and the queen and knight have the ability to create problems under time pressure in ways that the queen and bishop don't necessarily.
I like queen E1. Not only does it attack the knight, it also attacks the pawn on A5.
Yep.
So I like that. The bishop on B7 stopping knight F3 forever.
Indeed.
So yeah, that's a nice defensive move. Queen E1. It defends G3, attacks the knight, attacks the pawn, defends the second rank. That's
and
good
if king
move.
f6, the queen will probably come back to f2.
Yeah. Now this will be a draw. I don't think Arshchenko is going to blunder. Yeah, we'll see more tie breaks.
More tie breaks.
Yeah, lots of 1-1s, but there's very fighting 1-1.
We want tie breaks. We want prenup. We got to take a break real quick. When we come back, we're gonna see a lot of these games reach their conclusion. Maybe. Or we'll get Ben to guess on which game is going to keep us here for 7 hours. Find out. Hang on the edge of your seat. We'll be right back. And an absolutely special treat here. We are now joined by world champion Magnus Carlsen, who got a victory that you had me and Ben talking, Magnus, about your victories over Levon Aronian from the Singfield Cup way back, and other games where you play on in a situation where you only needed a draw, right? Are you doing it because you feel like it's the right thing to do? Do you do it for the fans? What was going through your mind as you're grinding out that victory when all you needed was a draw to move on?
No, I thought there was very, very little risk of losing. So that was the main reason. Also, I really feel like I need practice in classical chess since I haven't played much at all in the last 1.5 years.
Yeah.
So yeah, also since I'm playing a world championship later this year, I really needed the practice. So in that sense, it's good to play some longer games.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, Ben was also commenting on that point, seeing across the room, Fabiano Caruana lost to Jumabayev and is going home. And on that note, do you feel that a lot of the top players are maybe in the same mindset of trying to work out some of the rust, some of the kinks, because obviously playing over the board chess is different than the online events? And is that part of your mindset right now, just to really shake off the rust of having not played over the board in a while?
Oh yeah, for sure. I feel like I'm still a little bit iffy. Sometimes, especially yesterday, I was a bit nervous. But yeah, I'm hoping to sort of play myself into form. And hopefully, I can get a lot of games.
Ben?
Yeah, Magnus, I just wanted to congratulate you along with the other players. This event seems a lot more interesting because there's so many good players, and the games are interesting because we don't see any of those really quick draws. So this is becoming really exciting for everybody. And I'm wondering if you're surprised at all by how well some of the younger players are doing, or more surprised it's how some of the older players are doing in their 50s and they're still in the tournament.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show that there are a lot of strong players, and also 2 games is a really small sample size, so the variance is going to be quite high. Obviously, like everybody else, I've been very impressed with Sindarov and the way he's gone about, and it seems to be the same in all of these World Cups, that there's always going to be probably several breakout stars, and looks like he's a good candidate to be the one here. But as I said, a lot of very tough, well-prepared opponents here, and I don't think anybody can feel sort of comfortable in any round, especially from now on.
Do you feel more comfortable when everybody's top 10, top 20 in the world, which a lot of the round robins are? Or I think the fans like it better when the top players mix it up with people who are 100, 200 points lower rated, because they're trying more to win, I think, and they have an advantage being better players, and the games are more interesting than just playing all the top players in the world? Or do you enjoy just playing the better players because that's more of a test for you?
No, as you said, in a way, it's much easier to play the same guys that I usually play, because I know them well, and I don't feel that pressure to win always. So I can. It's easier to play your own game, but no, in general. Yeah, in general, these events they're a lot of fun, because you get to do something else, and even though even though there are challenges to playing these some of these slightly unfamiliar players, there's still, it's in a way, it's not 100% negative not to face the same players and to bang your head against Berlin walls or similar every time. So I mean, it's.
Well, we greatly appreciate your time, Magnus. You are currently the only player to have won all their games so far in either section, and so we wish you the best of luck. I know I speak for everyone, and that we hope to see you playing in Sochi all the way to the end. And best of luck in round 4. Enjoy 2 rest days. What are you going to do with 2 rest days? What's the plan?
Hopefully I'll go for a hike in the mountains. Like I injured my foot playing football 1.5 weeks ago. Hopefully it's about fine now, so that I can do that. I will say, however, the last time I played the World Cup, I was the only player at 4-0, and I lost in the 3rd round. So I'm hoping it's not gonna happen again.
Well, good luck. We don't want to jinx you. Enjoy the football, and thank you again for joining us.
Thanks, Magnus. That was a great game.
Bye, Magnus.
Bye.
All right. Well, there you have the world champion. That was awesome to catch up with Magnus, and you can tell I can tell he's in a zone right now, Ben. And you see the way he answered my question, or even went out of his way to make that last comment, that last time he played, he was undefeated and lost. So he's aware. he's aware of just how hard it is to win this bleeping tournament, right? Winning the World Cup, like he just said, is such a challenge, right? Winning the World Cup is such a hard thing to do, but he seems to be in his zone right now. So fun for the fans.
Yeah, it looks like I think Mamadjarov is winning this position. So he'll tie up the match if I'm right. And Georgiev couldn't win against Korobov. That was a draw, so Georgiev is out.
Yep.
Yeah, this is definitely winning. It's 2-0. So.
Yeah, he's won the F1.
Yeah.
Which means it's truly just a matter of technique. I'm switching the board over to Mamadjarov. My apologies for that. We had a lot of games going on here, but there you go. Mamadjarov is going to be converting this rook ending.
Yeah. This shouldn't be difficult.
It was nice to have Magnus. I feel like we could have kept talking about the online to OTB transition because so much has happened here, and get his thoughts on what Grishik said about all the underrated players. But I think he kind of answered the question, right? He knows that, like you said, Sindarov is maybe the breakout story this year, but it seems to happen all the time at the World Cup, and now the pandemic has maybe doubled that factor of just how underrated some players can be.
He didn't say anything about Fabi losing, even though you mentioned it. He didn't touch that topic.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and it's partly because I asked a question that sort of included just, that everyone's trying to work out their kinks. And I think he was just sort of kind of focusing on, he's working out his kinks, and obviously it's a tough task for everyone, but yeah. Mamadjarov converting this one. What other games are still going in the open section before we maybe check in on the women's section?
Yeah, F4. There can't be a lot of games left.
I don't see any other games.
I'm just thinking maybe there aren't any. There can't be a lot.
Yeah.
I'm sure the Twitch chat knows who else is playing.
Yeah, but we also have the women's section, even if this is the only game left in the open section. So don't go anywhere just yet. We still got more. Although not sure how many more interviews we will have. Hard to top the world champion joining us, but we'll see if we can catch up with anybody else. Remember, everybody, this win is huge because Mamadjarov is winning on command. This is the game needed to send it into tie breaks versus Martirosyan.
Wow, he changed his mind as he was moving. That was weird.
Chess is not like other games where you can't like juke someone, like, in football or basketball. There's no crossover,
Yeah, this is funny. I had a similar position to this that was actually drawn, but this one is not, where you just keep attacking the pawns, and white. If white gets his king to the queen side here, like c6, c7, then it's actually a draw.
Right.
And it's a theoretical draw that I actually knew, and I drew Bram Burnett in like the 86 U.S. Junior Championship. And I was lost the whole game, but I got to this drawn ending. But
Martirosyan throws in the towel though, right?
Right, and not this position. Yeah.
Well, I was just about to highlight the ways that can happen, because it does happen, and it's unlikely, but you can blow these endings if you separate the king and the pawns too far, or like you said, you misplaced the rook. But yes, at this point, all white has to do is slide the rook over and start pushing the king back. So it was easy.
Yeah. So he wins on demand in a very long end game, and he's gonna play tie breaks tomorrow.
Good for Shock, and we have other games potentially going still in the women's section. I'm gonna flip over there and find where we left
Elizabeth's
off.
position gets better and better every time we look at it.
Yeah, is this game still going, or did she win? It is still going. So we have Elizabeth
But this
Potts
is
here against Mammadova.
I mean, bishop a3 next move. So, I mean, maybe it's not going. If the king moves bishop a3, and that's the end of the game. So,
All right, we're going to take a very quick break. It was the last game in the open section here between Mamedyarov and Martirosyan. We will return and dive into the games that remain in the women's section. So don't go anywhere. The final games and final moments of the second set of games of round 3 of the FIDE World Cup when we return. Boy, did we have it all today, Ben. Exciting games, crazy finishes, some heartbreaking moments for a couple of Americans, an interview with the world champion. But before we dive in and preview what's ahead for tomorrow and remind everybody of the tie breaks, your favorite moment of the day, besides my Kanye lyrics I slipped in that nobody caught. Besides,
No,
that.
I caught that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I knew what you were doing.
Okay.
I mean, if you told me we're going to interview 2 players before the round, which 2? I think we got the 2. Rishuk and Carlson. That's some good interviews there.
Yep.
I was really impressed that Magnus kept pressing and pressing and pressing when it wasn't really necessary. It does make sense. He playing the World Championship soon, so he wants to get some chess in, and
yep.
When he's better, he plays for the win. And I think, those guys are, and it was impressive that Mamedyarov won on demand, Jeffrey won on demand. Yep. There was a lot of that. Carissa's opponent
won on demand. There were
a lot of people won on demand. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there are going to be a lot of tie breaks tomorrow in the open section.
Yep. 11 in total.
Yeah.
11 total tie breaks tomorrow. There are 4 tiebreakers in the women's section.
Right.
The field has been whittled down to 65. I believe that's total participants remaining. So we're continuing to get through it. Let's remind everybody of what is in store for tomorrow, because the tiebreakers, if you skip to the second line there, they start with rapid, which is the same tiebreaker used in the World Chess Championship for our serious chess fans who know that. The second tiebreak, if it continues to be a tie, is then 10 minutes with a 10-second increment. And then we ultimately move into a blitz tiebreaker, which, at that point, it's no longer, classical or even rapid chess, which is what people see most of the time with super high stakes. But at that point, something has to happen. So they do blitz. And still, if we don't have a clear winner, we will finally get Armageddon. Don't forget, in round 3, we had 2 matches that went to Armageddon.
Those were crazy. I was commentating for those. That was nuts.
You don't see matches, Ben, for tens of thousands of dollars, let alone if you win the whole thing with a 6-figure prize, often decided with time scrambles where people are knocking over pieces, but It does happen sometimes. So schedule, let's remind everybody, we will be here tomorrow, once again, bright and early for those on the West Coast, depending on where you are. It is July 19th today, so tomorrow's the 20th. Then there is a rest day on the 21st, but we will see you tomorrow on July 20th. And along with myself and our amazing team of commentators, we will be joined for the first time during our FIDE World Cup coverage by the one and only Vishwanathan Anand, who, Ben, you reminded me of a great story I want to tell everybody before we go. The first time Vishy ever joined a show on Chess.com, Ben and I were doing commentary, and this was years ago, and Vishy had won an incredible game, one of the best games we'd ever seen him play, and Ben was like, you want to see if we can get Vishy on the phone? And then Vishy just joined us on Skype, because you at that point I'd barely gotten to know Vishy, so I didn't have him on a personal, call his celly up, and you got him on the show. You remember that? Yeah,
I just on Skype, if you remember what Skype was, people, I said, hey, Vishy, did you want to look at your game with us, me and Danny, live on Chess.com? He's like, sure. And I said, okay, Danny, he's coming on now. And you're like, what? And then that was his game against Aroni, and I think it was 2013 from
2013. He won his 2013. He won his.
What an amazing game!
Yeah. And remember, the thing about Vishy is the guy is such a legend in terms of his preparation that he won that game against Aroni as black with prep that he had prepared for. I think he said Topalov or Kramnik. It was. I think it was for the 2010 World Championship match, and he said he never got to use it. So 3 years later, he uses it to crush Aroni with the black pieces. That was an amazing game. Tomorrow.
Yeah,
man. Remember when you and I were that good at chess in our past lives? Remember that?
No.
Okay. Well, anyway, this has been a lot of fun. and if you're just tuning in, you missed the show, but go ahead and check out the full video replay. On behalf of my whole crew here, the production team working hard, our mods, my 2 co-commentators, Hoey Fawn and the legendary Ben Finegold. Thanks for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow on Chess.com TV with more FIDE World Cup coverage. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.